107th PGA Championship, where the crown jewel of the Queen City takes center stage this week. Quail Hollow Club here in Charlotte. And a couple of international players planting their flag at the top of this leaderboard. The Venezuelan Johnny Vegas leads the way at 9 under par. He was your 18-hole leader. But one of the closest pursuers is this man, the Frenchman, Mathieu Pavon. 6 under par, bogey-free today in the heart of the Green Mile at the par 3 17th.
Yeah, making sure to avoid the left side of this hole location, but this working farther right than he would have liked.
PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families, and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you at pgajuniorleague.com. Now, you've been involved with PGA Junior League, Susie, always scouting the young studs out there on the golf course. So cool to see the action and seeing them get a little TV love watching the national championships now.
Yeah, I've been involved since its inception. I mean, there's over 60,000 boys and girls playing PGA Junior League now. 2 different sets of options. You can be 13 and under, boys and girls, and then we have a 17U, which is for the older kids who have graduated out of the 13 and under division. There's a national championship televised on ESPN, and that's not really what it's all about. It's about developmental opportunities with local PGA professionals at your local golf course, where your children can learn the game amongst those who maybe already play it. It's team atmosphere. You get to have a partner, so every shot isn't, you know, of utmost importance. You have a teammate who might hit it a little bit better, and you get to pick their shot. So that's something I absolutely cherish and love. And if you have a child, get them involved in PGA Junior League.
Co-sign, absolutely. Start of the 16th fairway now with Tyler Collet, the PGA professional who won the PGA Professional Championship by 10 shots going away. You're going to see a lot of him playing pro golf over the next 18 months.
Yeah, South Florida PGA section. We're proud. I'm a member of the South Florida PGA section, so wonderful to see Tyler here. Works at John's Island Club at Vero Beach, Florida.
I was listening into his pre-tournament press conference, and he actually mentioned how Tiger Woods sort of inspired him one time. He was playing in the Charles Schwab Challenge at Colonial a couple years back. Tiger comes out on the range next to him, drops some balls, and was hitting fat, thin, pulls, pushes. Tyler said, oh, wow, that's the greatest to ever do it. Tiger Woods, he hits bad shots too. It's okay. I don't need to be so hard on myself.
Yeah, it's okay. That's for sure. And Tyler, with that win that you mentioned, he has 6 exemptions in 2026 on PGA Tour events, so that's exciting for Tyler.
Certainly excited to see more of Tyler as this year and next year continue. Now here is Bland. Little lumber out, Richard Bland, the Englishman, 52 years old, but holding his own, 3 under.
Yeah, ball slightly below his feet right here too, and it's kind of a nice spot that he's in here. If he wants to take this in straight, he can. If he wants to bring it in from left to right, the lie will help him do that. Wind coming at him in his face, coming off the right. Yeah, he chose to take that in from left to right. We'll see if it started where he needed it to. That's an excellent play.
I think that was a 9-wood there. It seems to be the most popular club in the bags this week.
You know, Dustin Johnson had one in his bag today. Colin Morikawa has one in his bag. You're just going to see a bunch of them. So, you know, no more judging at home. If you have a 9-wood, it's all good.
One of the 13 past champions here this week, Jimmy Walker. He's flirting with that cut. 1 over par starting the Green Mile.
Got a little lucky here. He may have a slight awkward stance with that left foot. Looks like he's fine. Has a big club twirl. Oh, and that means it's going right at it. Just a little long.
Claimed the Wanamaker back in 2016, winning up at Baltusrol. And now battling to make the cut at Quail Hollow. Final hole for Highsmith, Young, and Rye. Highsmith and Young in good spots. We'll have to see what the predicament is for Aaron Rye.
Yeah, beautiful drives. Just 332 and 325, leaving themselves really nice opportunities to that front hole location with a shorter club in.
Beautiful setting here at the 18th at Quail Hollow. Sunday night, we'll find out who makes that walk with the Wanamaker awaiting. One of the walks you dream of. Playing this game growing up as a kid, trying to become a major champion.
And that Wanamaker Trophy is a beautiful trophy.
It's been fun. We've been running a segment about the weight. I think about 32 pounds. It's pretty heavy. Of course, Colin Morikawa dropping the lid at Harding Park back in 2020.
So you heard it here first. In 2019, I gave Brooks Koepka, as president of the PGA of America, the trophy, but I didn't really lift it. It was a false. I told Brooks how heavy it was, and I said, I'm kind of going to do a Vanna White. I'm going to pretend like I lift it and just put my hand near it, and then if you just pick it up quickly, nobody will know. And he pulled it off great.
Oh, we're revealing state secrets
State
here.
secrets.
That's what you're looking for on the featured holes. You never know what you're going to learn. Always learning next to Susie Wade.
All I could think of was 32 pounds. What if I dropped this thing on national television?
Right from the rough. Oh.
Wow, that just had to be a horrible lie. Just trying to get through it as best he can and sneak it up there.
The rough came into the week a little under 3 inches, but it has not been cut and mown since Wednesday, so it's healthy and dense. Pavone for birdie.
That's well judged from there. I've seen so many go much farther past than that.
That's Joe Highsmith attacking the 18th.
Yeah, that's well done. We just haven't seen a lot come back off that slope. You know, and if any had watched the coverage earlier that we're going out this afternoon, they could realize they could actually put some spin on that golf ball. And they need the spin. The slope isn't going to bring it back. It's not steep enough.
Cam Young certainly can generate spin with the best of them. Maybe he can get it close.
Yeah, we'll see if he puts some spin on this. It makes sense that they're trying to take a little spin off with that slope. Certainly don't want to spin it back off the front of the screen. Things are coming in here a little dead.
Just a little cleanup for Matthew Pavone. Par to begin the Green Mile. Bogey free, 6 under today. Just a really good, solid round of golf.
Yeah, that's great plan. As we mentioned before, 1, 2, and 3, not an easy start. And obviously 16, 17, 18, brutal finish.
Clears the way for Rasmus Njergaard Peterson back on the tee. Another one of the many Danes out here on the PGA Tour. Nordic golf is in a healthy place right now.
No, that's for sure.
He's 25 years young, making his debut appearance at the PGA Championship.
I mean, if you look at the leaderboard from yesterday, international golf,
yeah.
I mean, it's just a worldwide, we've known this, it's a worldwide game, of course, but gosh, the competition and the breadth of talent around the world is so deep.
It's been the big story. 14 and 22 winners on the PGA Tour this year, international players, as we watch Matt McCarty.
I had a nice chat with Matt's dad this morning, practice facility, and I said, you know, do you get to come a lot, or is this a, you know, just a major championship experience? He's like, no, I like to come all the time. He likes me to take him to dinner. I said, well, that sounds familiar. My girls are the same.
Michael Thorbjornsen at the 16th. He is tied for second, now 4 back.
But that's a beautiful tee shot. Gives him a wonderful look at that hole location on the right-hand side.
On the green with Richard Bland, flagstick in on the birdie run.
Yeah, this was actually a really nice second shot from where he was. He couldn't see the hole location at all. Left himself in a good spot just to tee putt and get his par and get out of here.
Get you to 18. Aaron Rye had to chop it out of the rough. So his third shot.
Yeah, this just close enough, very difficult to put any spin on it. He'll have to bounce it up there, which he did beautifully.
Gives him a chance to pick up a par and post 3 under. But that would be 7 shots off the lead. Johnny Vegas is rolling in round 2. Eighteenth hole, Cameron Young, 42 feet for a finishing birdie.
Yeah, long downhill putt working to his left. Yeah, this is what we've seen all day. Just feels quicker than it is from that right-hand side for the players. We've seen so many come up short.
Add another to the ledger there with Cameron Young. Highsmith coming down the hill for birdie. Another place that's been a popular spot.
Yeah, and this we have seen players run past. So certainly not a slow putt. Good read.
Should be good enough for a par for the 25-year-old Joe Highsmith. He's had golf for as long as he can remember. Maybe even when he can't remember. His mom hit wedges the day he was born.
That's awesome. Good for her.
So he is tied to this game forever, whether he wants to be or not.
I love it.
That's pretty impressive. Moms are superheroes. We already knew that. But add another reason why. Here's Richard Bland wrapping up for par.
Yeah, that's a nice 4.
4 for Bland. Jimmy Walker walked away with a bogey there, so he's flirting with the cut even more. But Bland not worried about that with 2 holes left. So we go to the 17th. McCarty for birdie.
Yeah, this is that similar putt we saw from J.J. Spaun. Actually works left and then works a little bit back right. So Amelia had mentioned it earlier too. Very difficult to read that putt.
First PGA Championship for the PGA Tour rookie, Matt McCarty. And at 18, the man that won Rookie of the Year honors a couple of years back, Cam Young for par.
That's well done.
Be around for the weekend thanks to that second round 69. Even par at the halfway point. Comebacker for Highsmith. Well hold 2 putt. Joe Highsmith is in the conversation inside the top 25 at -2. Niergaard Peterson, that was a par putt for Rasmus. So he'll make bogey at best and fall to 3 over. His weekend chances extinguishing by the minute. Beautiful shot to this point for Aaron Rai.
Yeah, this would be a terrific par. Just pitched it here from the fairway after that brutal lie he had off the tee.
So Rai will sign for 3 under. McCarty with a par there to stay 2 over. So he's got a bogey, par the 18th. Try and make the cut. Back at 16 in the fairway.
Straight into. That's lot 50.
That was the voice of veteran caddy Lance Bennett, now working with the youngster, 23-year-old Michael Thorbjornsen in his first PGA Championship, right in the heart of contention.
Yeah, 206 yards to this hole. This is the best we've seen, at least having a view of the hole from where their tee shot was. Oh, that's when you want to kick yourself. Just you had it in the perfect spot.
An opportune miss for Thorbjornsen. 18th fairway, Tom Hoge, 2 over, flirting with the cut.
Yeah, such a wonderful iron player. Hopefully he can stick this right next to this hole location, as he's done so many times. Needed a little more left than that. That's a tricky putt, as we've seen, pace-wise.
So Hoge will try to get out of there with a 2 putt. Punch his way to the weekend. That's one of the stories in this group. Another one, a man that's vying for the title. Matthew Pavone choked down a little from the fairway.
Yeah, interesting. We've seen a lot of right misses. I know that water's there on the left-hand side, but expecting from those numbers there'd be a couple more paces inside of where that ball's starting. That needs to settle.
Exhale now, Richard.
Yeah. You are absolutely holding your breath when that thing hits the green there. I'm not sure they know.
Oh, it is never easy when you get to Quail Hollow. The Green Mile awaits at the end, all capped with the difficult 18. Some of the carnage from earlier this week and into today. This was yesterday. Colin Morikawa. Brutal. How about Tyrrell Hatton from left of the penalty area?
Just so difficult from that left-hand side. Ball so far below your feet. Rough, deep. Trying desperately to get the ball in the hole quicker than this. And then it just continues. And you just do that. You stare at it, hands on hips, and think, it can't be.
Led to a triple bogey for the Englishman Hatton. How about Adam Scott? He's making his 95th straight major start. And even he finds trouble.
He's like, well, I don't even know what happened there. What was that?
Hardest hole on the golf course today. And one of the best rounds in progress. Matthew Pavone putting for birdie.
All right, we haven't seen anybody get it to the hole from that right side. Well, now we have. That's really nicely done.
Part of a really solid day for Matthew Pavone. Keep an eye on the Frenchman as we head to the weekend. 32 years old, lives in Andorra. Has won on the PGA Tour before, but never has competed this way in a major. Bogey-free 65 in the second round. And Matthew Pavone's the low man in the clubhouse at the halfway point.
Yeah, that's a fantastic round of golf. Clean card, as we say.
There was only one bogey-free round yesterday. That was Luke Donald, and so it shows you how difficult it can be here in the final round. Good run from Tom Hoge. Should be able to make the weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, fingers crossed that +2 sneaks in.
And now 72 players at 1 over or better. So the current cut's 1 over. And of course, playing about a shot over par today for the field, with a lot of the afternoon guys yet to get underway. So it looks like 2 should be safe. Obviously never want to leave things to chance, but likely enough for Hoge.
It's a much more comfortable lunch if you're at 1.
Yeah, yes. No doubt about that. Last man in this group is the big-hitting Canadian, Taylor Pendrith.
Yeah, no surprise that he's playing well here with the length of the golf course at 7,600 yards. Huge advantage.
20-footer for birdie. Would get him to 4 under.
Yeah, it's a nice little spot, too. He's a little bit underneath it, so he doesn't have to be so tentative. Yeah, but that was extremely tentative. Well, he'd like to have that one over.
Yeah. A little bit of a head scratcher. Couple feet left, has to go for Hoge to have a chance.
Yeah, he knows it, taking his time on this. Well, now it's just waiting game. Nice second round. Two under par today, par 71 golf course.
And just a little cleanup for Pendrith.
That's such a cool camera view, isn't it?
Yeah.
I saw on Instagram how high the cameraman is, and thanks to you, whoever's up there, because that looks scary.
I was going to ask, could you go up there?
I'd go up there, but then I want to come back down. I would take a quick look. Would you go up?
I'd be the same way. I couldn't stay all day, especially not if the wind starts to blow.
That's right.
See you later.
See ya.
16, Michael Thorbjornsen using the greenside bunker. Pitched it out to here, so it's a par putt to stay 6 under.
Yeah, started right, stayed right. And, you know, from where he was in the fairway, that's just a unforced error. Plenty of green left of that whole location, just a miss.
So now he is 5 back, with a couple left. Just dead dry for Richard Bland.
Boy, that was beautifully done. Really soft hands. He had to get that out of that deep stuff as well. And I love watching some of the Champions Tour players actually hit those little shots around the greens because they're not always lofting it.
Big hole for Matt McCarty. 2 over coming to the 18th, and he's missed the green.
Boy, the way they've cut the bunker, the surrounds of those bunkers has really meant more golf balls in the bunkers this week.
And near guard Peterson.
I guess from 182 yards. Yeah, I knew that was going left. You ever see a player kind of hold their hands kind of low and left? They're just hoping it's not flipping left. Trying to hold it off, and that'll be just fine. We've seen that shot a couple times. It's not difficult.
He's probably got to make it to have a chance of making the weekend. 3 over coming to this 18th hole. A couple of guys playing in their first PGA Championships. Well, here's where we are, 1:30 on Friday. Johnny Vegas was the 18-hole leader, and Susie, it was an 11th hour takeover. He made a bunch of birdies to the house yesterday, post 7 under par. First time he sniffed anywhere near the top at a major championship, had to sleep briefly on that lead, and has shown no signs of slowing down, making his way towards us in the green mile with a 4-shot cushion.
Yeah, incredible. I mean, 1 bogey on the day on the second, but again, we've talked about the difficulty of the first 3 holes, and then just come off birdie on 13 and 14. 15, of course, we know is a birdie opportunity, perhaps even an eagle. Playing a little long today, going up that stretch and up that slope. But he'll be here soon. I'm going to take a look at him on the green mile.
Pretty impressive from Johnny Vegas, who is leading the way over a whole host of players. You see many of those big names trying to make a move, including that man at 200, Scotty Schauffele, #1 player in the world, getting set for his 2nd round tee time with Rory McIlroy and Xander Schauffele. Both have a little work to just make the cut. Scott will make the cut, barring a gigantic disaster at the last. Richard Bland a tidy up and down.
That would have to be a really gigantic disaster.
Johnny Vegas making his way to the green mile. That all starts at 16.
Yeah, 526-yard beast. Anything right up in that rough on the right of the bunker, just in the bunker. Very difficult to this tucked right hole location, just off the green side bunker. Anything down the left side of the fairway, however, gives you a beautiful look at this whole location. Many birdies coming from the left-hand side. You can see the slope there. Helping you just a little bit, just got to be cautious. Anything beyond the white arrows on the left back of that green portion turn into red arrows, running right down into that looming lake that we are now calling, what are we calling it again?
It's a great question. Trouble. I know it's trouble for sure.
We are calling it trouble. The chamber, that's what we were calling it, the chamber.
Well, it's been the 5th hardest hole today. It was the hardest hole yesterday. There have been some birdies, only 4 in the opening round. We've got the double digits here in round 2, but still absolutely nothing is given when you get to the green mile. Johnny Vegas leads by 4 and is making his way to the start of this difficult finishing stretch.
Yeah, and if you can struggle your eyes to look at the flags and the hospitality to the right, you can see this wind is coming at them and off the left. Hole location tucked front left. Anything left to the hole location is an error. But we've seen a couple that have been awesome shots left to the hole location and stop, but certainly that's not your intention when you start this out.
Michael Thorbjornsen trying to bounce back after the bogey.
Trying to take this in from right to left, but this is going to hang out to the right on him. See if it covers the bunker. Does not.
Our leader, Johnny Vegas, on the tee at 16.
Yeah, looks set to hit a little right to left draw off that tee. That's exactly what he did. It's beautifully done.
Been cruising pretty well today. Now 9 of 13 fairways for Johnny Vegas in round 2. 40-year-old from Maturin, Venezuela's been in the Houston area for quite a while. Played his college golf at the University of Texas. 4-time winner on the PGA Tour, but has never finished inside the top 5, let alone led at a major championship. This is Bland at 18.
Yeah, this should be just fine. Come up short of that bunker on the right-hand side.
Got to go down for Rasmus Nergård Peterson.
Yeah, going with a putter from just off the surface. So that's a chance. Ah, let's go. Good for him.
What a way to finish, and he knows it. Rasmus Nergård Peterson, the 25-year-old from Denmark, making his PGA Championship debut. Birdies the 18th, and he may have just made the cut.
That's terrific.
So you're saying there's a chance.
There's a chance.
And the big fist pump. He knew exactly what was at stake. Similar scenario for Matt McCarty. Sitting at 2 over right now. This is a par putt after he was in the bunker.
Ah, he walked early. You know, that's a miss. That'll probably keep him out of the weekend.
Second round, 73. Scoring ought to get a lot more difficult for 3 over. To make it for Matt McCarty. He's had a great start to his young career. Earned that rare 3 victory promotion off the Korn Ferry Tour last summer. 3 starts later, he became a winner in October. And now his first full year out of the PGA Tour and in all the major championships.
Yeah, that one's definitely picking up a little bit. You can see it in the flags just above the green there. And as we go on throughout the afternoon, we'll see if it does the same. That will definitely make the golf course trickier, harder.
Tricky and hard. 2 words everybody could use to describe this finishing hole. The par 4 18th been the toughest customer today in round 2. Over half a shot over par. Look at that. 4.6 the scoring average for the field at this long, difficult par 4. And Susie, when you look at it, there's just really no give, no easy part to this hole or to this finishing stretch.
No, it's tough off the tee. That's really where the challenge is first seen. And then it's not easy from the middle of the fairway either. You've got lots of trouble left of this hole location, and anything tugged over there, that turns into bogey.
We've seen many of here today. This is at 17, par 3 in the heart of the Green Mile. Michael Thorbjornsen's in a group playing alongside a couple of past champions. Jason Duckler, Sean McKeel here as well. Both likely going to miss the cut. They're both at that Champions Dinner on Tuesday night. Can only imagine the great conversation that was had as everyone honored Xander Schauffele, the defending champ.
Pretty sure he gave out some cigars.
Not a bad gift.
Yeah, Padraig Harrington made some nice comments about the fact that it's just nice to share some stories around their PGA Championship wins, and every one of them is honored at that dinner with some moment or video of their championship. So it's just a nice night to remember.
Shawn Michael, 56-year-old, 2003 PGA champion. Was up at Oak Hill. And boy, it was an exciting end. He stuffed it on the last and got to take that walk of a champion up to the 72nd green.
All right, so this will release down and to the right as it heads over the slip, and then it just takes off.
Duffner.
Yeah, disappointing from that lie. I think that surprised him a little.
Clears the way for Thor Bjornsson out of the bunker. Just 23 years old. He was the 2023 Pac-12 Player of the Year, part of a standout collegiate career at Stanford. Got direct status to the PGA Tour and has shown big flashes of the bright game, doing so again here this week.
Yeah, difficult to fly this to the hole and stop it with that downslope they're hitting on, but like a chunk and run out of here is just not getting there, so you really have to fly it at least 50% of the way there. It's just tricky shot from that bunker. That was about the best we've seen.
He's the sixth guy that's been down there today. Only one of the first five got it up and down for par. It's, like you said, Susie, just not where you want to miss.
It's not where you want to miss. It's just too difficult to get it close. You got to make a putt of this length to get that par.
Back in the fairway at 16, Vegas. So, of course, we got to go Elvis.
221 yards. Nice little look here. Taking it at the 6. You can work it a little left to right even better.
Elvis smiling, the young Australian.
Yeah, if he takes this in for left to right, he's got about 10 paces short of this flag is where he wants this ball to land and let it release to the hole. That's well done.
Now our leader, Johnny Vegas.
Yeah, coming in from a little closer here at 208 yards. Just can't flirt with that right bunker at all. It's a brutal up and down. You've got to start this at the 1. Risky would be at the 6 on that camera tower. Taking it in from right to left. So he started on the outside of the camera tower on the right, but worked out great.
Rolling the dice,
Yeah.
and it pays off.
Dialed
Johnny
in.
Vegas in complete control at the start of the Green Mile. What a day and what a week so far for the 40-year-old. To the 18th, Richard Bland.
Yeah, he likes that little club twirl. Oh, it stays there. That's a good play. Oh, well, talk too soon. I know better than that.
Oh, gravity's undefeated. Par putt for Thorbjornsen.
Yeah, this after that tricky bunker shot. That most likely will be a bogey. Drop him to 4 under par.
Yeah, bogey started the Green Mile for Thorbjornsen. Trouble for yet another. So the bogey official. #1 player in the world, Scottie Scheffler, getting ready to begin round 2. Needs a big charge on Friday here at the 107th PGA Championship. It is the second round here in Charlotte, the 107th PGA Championship from the famed Quail Hollow Club, where Johnny Vegas has certainly been hunting, but only finding birdies. 10 under par with a 4-shot lead as he begins our home stretch. It is the Green Mile, which has caused all sorts of fits, Susie Whaley, but not for the 40-year-old. Vegas playing it to perfection so far.
I mean, if we drew this up and we said, this is exactly how you'd like to play this golf hole, where he ended, not necessarily the shot that he hit, it's just beautifully done. You could tell him his confidence. He took this ball in there from right to left, put the right bunker in play. He didn't even see the right bunker. He just hit a beautiful shot to about 11 feet, and now he has this to get another birdie on the card.
Johnny Vegas trying to pad his lead at the top for a 5-shot cushion to get to 11 under par late on Friday.
Yeah, this would be nice as he didn't get his birdie on the par 5 15th. All right, well, that should be par for him there.
Only player representing the country of Venezuela to ever win on the PGA Tour, let alone lead any round of a major championship. Vegas has never finished inside of the top 5 in a major championship. Making his 17th major start, his 7th at the PGA Championship. And he has certainly staked his claim at the top. Johnny Vegas likely going to stay 10 under with a 4-shot lead. Brian Campbell in this group as well, a winner this season on the PGA Tour. Big resilient battle in professional golf, finally able to break through on the big stage. And now trying to make the weekend 1 over par, which is the current cut.
Yeah, this one just inside 6 feet. It will have a little turn on it. Ah, well done.
Strong save for Campbell. 32-year-old who lives not too far in Bluffton, South Carolina. With a couple fighting line out of the PGA Tour now. Played up at Illinois.
Some great golf in Bluffton, South Carolina,
Yeah.
right next to Hilton Head.
Elvis Smiley in this group as well. Young, promising Australian, just 23 years old, making his major championship debut here. Primarily plays over on the DP World Tour. You've been in the pairings room. PGA of America has a sense of humor, having Elvis and Vegas together. I mean, come on, that had to be intentional, right?
Of course we have a sense of humor. Absolutely. No, probably not, actually, but it turned out that way.
I love it. Just a formality for Johnny Vegas.
Oh, nice 4. You take 4 on 16 every day.
It's the hardest hole on the golf course yesterday in round 1. Hardest hole today is the 18th, where we find Richard Bland putting for par.
Yeah, Richard going to definitely play on the weekend. Good for him. Nice couple days.
So the senior PGA champion going to be around here at the PGA Championship over the weekend. Richard Bland. A couple of top 10s on LIV this year. Finished 7th in Korea a couple of weeks ago. So the game in good form for the 52-year-old. Back in the fairway at 18. Past PGA champions Sean McKeel, Jason Duffner in the fairway, as is Michael Thorbjornsen, who's made back-to-back bogeys to start the Green Mile and just trying to finish with a little momentum.
Yeah, it's interesting. That bailout area on the right-hand side is always popular on 18. Sean McKeel from 208 yards. That one just slightly behind. That's unfortunate. That's what happens with that left hole location. You get a little greedy. Plenty of room out to the right. It might not have been great. It might just have been a miss.
No reason not to go flag hunting for Jason Duffner. He'll miss the cut. Just looking for a highlight here at the end for the 2013 PGA champion. One of the best waggles around.
I totally agree. Just looks comfortable. Always noticed. You can tell it's Jason from 3 holes away. And that is just another mistake that's really penal. Yeah, miss right, no issues. Miss left, it's going to cost you a shot.
Well, Michael Thorbjornsen, don't do that.
Yeah, he's like, I know there's a green there. So it's a much closer 163. Wind's coming slightly out of the left-hand side. Boy, just a beautiful backswing. Fun to watch, fun to see.
And a beautiful shot. Michael Thorbjornsen. Great chance to bounce back at the end. 17, Rafa Campos.
Good amount of pace. It's a nice putt.
Should lead to a par for Rafa to stay 1 under. And he did tap that in for par. Now the Englishman, Matt Wallace, par putt after missing the green to the right.
Ah, beautifully done. That's the first we've seen made from that distance. It feels like anyway, since we've been watching.
Power of a good putt. Little fist pump too from Matt Wallace.
He liked it.
Yeah.
As he should.
I love to see that emotion. So that clears the green for our leader, Johnny Vegas.
It'll be interesting to see if he hits the same shot he hit into 16. That would be turning into the wind. Wind's coming off his left and in his face. Difficult to stop that right to lefter though. I guess he'll hit a little bit straighter shot. Yeah, it's straighter, but it started it in the wrong spot.
Oh, what a break! Vegas gets the roll!
I mean, that's incredible. That's incredible. I don't know that I've ever seen it that good off a rake.
Unbelievable.
I mean, he's got to say, what? I mean, this really is incredible. Think about the statistics on this. So it hits the rake, but it hits the black part of the rake, the top of it, and ends up spectacular.
Incredible. That could have gone anywhere. It could have bounced into the water. Could have kicked off to the right.
Well, that's good karma.
Oh, now it's a birdie putt to stretch the lead. All about the breaks you get. Here's Brian Campbell.
Yeah, Brian set up right on the one of that camera tower. Hole location's left of there. Smart play. Turn it in. This is the shot I thought we were going to see from Johnny Vegas, but it's quick behind that hole, as you can tell. Well done.
Fourth shot for Duffner. He's wet with the second.
Well, that's how it's done. That'll be for his bogey.
starting to get some of the first afternoon groups off the 10th tee. Luke Donald, 4 under yesterday. Only bogey-free round in round 1. 1 under early, and he has found the fairway at 16.
I mean, the Ryder Cup captain said, here we are. And you know what? We're thinking about playing this year.
Yeah. Veteran Englishman getting it done. Luke Donald.
Keegan Bradley had a great round yesterday,
Yeah.
too. And you know they had to high-five each other at the buffet.
No doubt about it. 17, Elvis Smiley.
He needs to lean a little on this one or get the rake kick. Anybody that just tuned in is thinking, what is the rake kick?
What a break for Johnny Vegas. That will be
incredible.
He makes the putt. Most talked about sequence, maybe the rest of the week. Thorbjornsen for birdie.
A little harder. He had that. Would have stayed high.
Good start to the week for Michael Thorbjornsen, 23-year-old, making his PGA Championship debut. 2 bogeys in his last 3 holes today, but still 4 under as he heads to the weekend. Back here at 17, Johnny Vegas will try to cash in on the break of all breaks. Tee shot came flying in off the rake, kicked over to the left-hand side, and leaves himself just over 30 feet for birdie. 40 years old, from Venezuela. Learned the game playing with a broomstick and a rock in his hometown of Maturin. Eventually began playing at a 9-hole course near his home, built for local oil camp employees. Came to the United States in 2002, knew very little English, ultimately works his way to the University of Texas. That long, rich golf program in Austin. And now he's having his best week in a major championship.
Yeah, I missed 4 cuts from the Valspar Classic all the way to the Zurich. And then CJ Cup had a really nice week last week, the Byron Nelson T15. That was after the 4 cuts missed, and here he sits atop the leaderboard at the major championship with rake breaks. I mean, this is fantastic. And some legacy, being the first from Venezuela.
Some legacy for sure. And he knows the break that he got. Looking for his ball mark or something, wondering how on earth.
Yeah, thank you, Rake.
Did that happen? And he's the closest of the 3. So he'll be last to putt eventually.
This caddy Oscar is saying something very kind to that Rake. That's for sure.
Just a big-time athlete when he was growing up. A standout third baseman as a junior, playing down in Venezuela. Great golfer, one of the top juniors in the country when he first came to the United States.
I love that story, though, that he just started out on 9-hole golf courses. And,
yeah,
you know, golf is golf. It doesn't have to be in a 18-hole. It could be now in simulators. It can be with a PGA professional at a driving range or a club. And they're an inspiration to anybody who only has a 9-hole course near them. You can do this too.
There's no sport that gives so much opportunity to making your dreams come true, quite like golf. Elvis Smiley, young Australian. I think he grew up admiring all the great Aussie players. Adam Scott is childhood hero in the field here this week.
That's got to be pretty neat too,
yeah.
you know, to stand on the driving range next to your childhood hero, hitting golf balls in the same championship. That needs to settle down. It gets even quicker past that hole. And today's young players have so much experience in championships and on course. It doesn't seem intimidating, or at least they don't look intimidated by it. I know when I played long ago, I was incredibly intimidated to stand next to a childhood here. I couldn't even, I was like, okay, God, just make sure I'm out of the way. And that's not the same today. They certainly have respect for those heroes, but they're out here to beat them.
Yeah. Childhood hero of many in England, Luke Donald, former #1 player in the world.
Luke making sure he likes that position at the top. And his backswing there. It sounded like fantastic contact. See if he likes it. Well done. It's a safe play here today.
Luke Donald off to a great start here this week. So rosin, baby powder?
Something of that sort. Pretty humid and hot out there today for these guys. But how about this? How about this?
Oh,
Ah, fabulous.
Brian Campbell picks up a birdie at the 17th. That's a big birdie, battling to make the cut. Gets him back to even par with 1 hole left.
Yeah, that's really well done at 17.
And now Johnny Vegas looking to take advantage of the break.
Yeah, only 6 birdies so far today on the 17th. Oh, that'll be a good up and down. I mean, not an up and down, a good par. 16 and 17, par, check.
No way to be disappointed with how he felt when that tee shot was in the air.
You bet. You know, I think if you asked the field, would you take 3 pars every day? Or would you take a couple birdies, a couple bogeys, and a few alsos? Yeah, I just think it's just to par these holes every day, as we've said before, is such an advantage on the field.
Padraig Harrington playing into the 16th.
Yeah, also trying to hang in there for that cut. This is a great golf shot. Always so willing to help, and now on social just does such a good job. Puts up parent videos and little tips and things for how he learned how to play the game. He's just so sharing of his knowledge. So appreciated.
I watch a lot of Patty's golf tips.
That
tough bogey.
Yeah, that started there, and I don't know if that was a misread or just maybe a mishit.
So Elvis Smiley back to 1 under par. But the day and the week so far has belonged to Johnny Vegas. 1 hole left in round 2, wrapping up the Green Mile. Second round of the 107th PGA Championship here in Charlotte on a steamy Friday in the Queen City. Quail Hollow Club taking center stage with the Wanamaker up for grabs. Johnny Vegas was your 18-hole leader, a late 7 under 64, and he has kept plodding right along. 10 under, leading the way, a 4-shot lead as he heads to the last.
Yeah, taking a look at this 474-yard 18th. A little downwind today coming off the left-hand side, but that doesn't make this tee shot any less difficult.
Hardest hole on the golf course today, this finishing par 4. Brian Campbell's got the honor, just made birdie at 17, and what a big birdie that was. He's one of the many battling with the cut coming down the stretch. And that gave him a little breathing room.
Yeah, you take a look at how this hole is playing today. Just 6 birdies all day, but I think what stands out more than that, 33 others, bogeys, doubles. That's a lot when you have the best players in the world playing a golf hole. You can only imagine if we had the Arcos data for the amateur status, right? This would be a hole we would need to, I would need to play way up.
That's a brute. No doubt about it. Vegas going with less than driver here.
Yeah, interesting play. You must feel like that right side is just too much in play for him. Trying to hit that little draw. He's just keeping this in play. You get up in that pine straw on the right with driver, and you're making 5 most every time. It's thick pine straw. It's not like typical Carolina pine straw where you can kind of play it like a fairway bunker shot. There's just so much of it over there and so deep. Typically have to just punch it out.
Johnny not lacking for distance at almost 300 yards. He's in that top quarter of the PGA Tour in terms of club head speed. A little more lumber. Big stick is out for the youngster, Elvis Smiley.
Yeah, Elvis needs to hang on here on this last hole. That's going to be a very difficult next if it gets over the water on the left-hand side. That's a wait and see. TBD whether that's going to be okay.
Definitely not what he was looking for there off the tee. Just a moment ago, Luke Donald's birdie putt.
Looks like he may have given this enough pace. We haven't seen anybody really get it there yet. He didn't either.
It was only the second time that both sitting Ryder Cup captains were among the top 10 at the conclusion of a major championship round in their Ryder Cup year, with Luke Donald and Keegan Bradley yesterday. Last time that happened, the only other time it happened, 1937, the Open Championship at Carnoustie, of course.
Yeah, just a little bit ago.
Isn't it crazy?
It's crazy. 2
of the busiest guys in golf still figure out a way to play well on the biggest stage, but not as well as Johnny Vegas, who's leading the way and headed his tee shot in the fairway at 18. 2008 PGA champion Padraig Harrington hit a great approach in.
Yeah, he sure did, and this is a great leave. Underneath the hole, certainly going to come a little to his left. You know what? That did not move left. I don't know whether he pushed that or if that's the actual correct read, but that was a straight putt. That would have fooled me as well. And I've been sitting here watching this hole for a while.
Par won't hurt. Still just the first 9 for these guys today. So Harrington flirting with the cut. Plenty of chances to get inside the number. And Donald will have a great opportunity to charge up this leaderboard. 1 under through his first 6 holes here in round 2, just 5 back with a lot of golf left.
Yeah, it's interesting. You know, Keegan Bradley has mentioned that if he makes the team, he will participate and play. He wouldn't pick himself as a captain's pick. I'm not sure where Luke Donald stands on it, but TBD. If they play this really well, I'm sure that question will be asked by the end of the weekend.
Couple guys that are pretty friendly with each other. For now, anyway. September does loom when they become Opponents on the big stage at Bethpage Black.
I mean, and what a Ryder Cup it will be.
Oh, yeah.
But first, we have to hoist that Wanamaker at the PGA Championship.
Winner of the Wanamaker may very well be a big part of one of those winning teams. Here is the Puerto Rican Rafa Campos for birdie.
Lots of turn from above this hole, as you can see. Difficult to get that pace correct.
He's here by virtue of a win last November in Bermuda, part of a whirlwind week for Rafa. He and his wife welcomed in their daughter to the world on Monday. The following Sunday night, Rafa was a first-time winner.
It's just, you can't write that, right? You can't make it up. And what an incredibly exciting week for that entire family.
Saw Rafa on the range earlier this week to ask about little Collet. Said, starting to crawl now. Giving me some fits, keeping me busy for sure.
Yeah, and what a story she'll get to hear later in her life of how that all went down.
Absolutely. That Wall is grinding over a par putt. Hit it to the right of the green, about 60 feet away, lagged it to here.
Yeah, safely inside that cut line, but certainly would like to stay where he is. I've seen a whole lot of putts made from left side of that hole location today. Something tricky over there for them. We've seen just a lot burn that edge.
Rafa ramping up. First Puerto Rican since Chichi Rodriguez almost 5 decades ago to win on the PGA Tour. He'll be around for the weekend despite the second round 73. And the final man in this group, one of the 20 PGA professionals, Ryan Lenahan, PGA Director of Instruction, repping Walnut Creek Country Club up in South Lyon, Michigan. We know all the folks at Walnut Creek will be awaiting Ryan and all his stories as he makes his way home from his first major championship appearance. Congratulations to Ryan for getting here.
Oh, that's for sure. Representing the Michigan section PGA. Certainly didn't want to miss that putt, but so proud of him being out here representing so many of us that are PGA professionals. What a great week. Unfortunately started out with so much rain, and these PGA professionals just wanted to embrace the whole thing and be out here over practicing and getting ready amongst the best in the world, but they still had their opportunity. Thankfully the rain stopped, and tons of memories made. Corebridge Financial team of 20, and last year we had 2 from the Corebridge Financial team of 20 make the cut. We'll see what happens this year.
Ryan played his college golf at Nebraska. He's a great Cornhusker now, as you said, representing the Michigan section, and we'll head home with plenty of stories as he clears the way for our leader, Johnny Vegas. He made a birdie here yesterday in the opening round, despite being over in that right-hand rough. Less than driver today and in the heart of the fairway.
Yeah, I don't mind that play either. It's a little downwind. Obviously, in the wind, that would be trickier coming in with a much longer club in than you would if you took the risk on. Has a couple iron misses well right coming down the stretch here. Got away with it on the 17th. That finds the bunker. It looks like it plugged, perhaps, there at the 18th.
Back to hole, Luke Donald.
Yeah, this is going to try to lean left. This could be really good.
Really good.
Oh, my goodness.
Almost perfect. What a shot.
He liked it, too. I'm not sure he knows how close he came.
Oh, wow. Incredible for Luke Donald. So now the Smiley.
I think they're trying to figure out where this last crossed.
What do you think? Yeah.
Because if it crossed to the left of it, he can take his relief as one of the options behind him. If it never crossed, he'll have to go quite a ways back to take his relief, if that's the option he chooses.
But what I'm saying is the start, I felt like it came in.
Right in back here, but inside the line.
I believe that's Tom Karpus from our rules committee. I can't quite see his face from the front, but
You guys saw it. I get the best angle. I did.
So while they get everything squared away there, we'll go to the 17th, Harrington.
also a beautiful shot. He's falling left. I mean, two just tremendous shots.
Wow.
Two of the best we've seen from the same group. Patty says, well, whatever you can do, I can do better.
Back with Elvis Smiley. All right, let's take a look here. We'll roll the tape back.
Yeah, so as we watch this, we're trying to determine if the ball went over the left side of that red line. It did not. So from our angle, at least it didn't look like it did, which means he would have to go well back to take his relief.
If they have it. If it went left to that red stake, that would have to be a...
Do you have even?
No, we don't have opposite edge. Yeah, that's not an option. So we're going to use judgment. It may be hard to see on TV. I can try to find out. Command shot length.
I have a flip viewfinder.
No, well, I mean, they can look at it and it's in the truck.
And this truly matters because he's very close to the cut line. Let's take one more look at it. It's difficult, again, from our angle to be 100% sure. But to me, it does not look like it was to the left as it came overhead. I think it's going to be difficult for us to give them a positive answer because if we were behind and looking from behind, it may have a different vantage point. But I believe the right call would be for him to go quite a ways back, close to 80 yards back, if he were to take that relief. He can certainly also go back to the tee.
I mean, he had the best line. He did. You know, in my opinion, I would say somewhere, I don't know, 20 yards back.
David Hooge, meanwhile, at the 16th.
Yeah, that's that putt that I thought was turning. It actually goes a little right. So now we have a conclusion here because we thought at first it went left, then we thought it was straight. Now I'm pretty sure it goes a little bit right.
Pretty tricky, right? Everything, all intuition would say probably down towards the water. David Hooge never saw the back nine, by the way, before teeing off yesterday.
We've had that happen a lot between the rulings here with that angle from the tee. If it didn't hit above the line, it's coming. It's a tough angle. It's very tough angle. I agree.
Do you have it ready?
So we got to rely on.
Yeah, I mean.
Oh, do you have it there?
Yeah, he gets inside the hazard.
He's looking now.
Inside the hazard, inside the red line.
Hold on.
Okay, so the rules official that's there on the hole is just checking out the camera. And, you know, luckily there is a camera to try to figure this out because the players could not see from where they were. So they're just making a judgment call based on ball flight.
That's the.
Yeah, he's
Hard to tell
whatever
from the
across.
tee. So I think we'll rely on you.
I mean, he's a player. I think he had the best.
I did. I did copy that. Thank you. So they don't have a really good image to say whether or not it went right at that state. So I'm going to rely on you guys. We got to make a decision.
Yeah.
Come on.
It's up to you, buddy. Like I said, you're the one that hit it. You're the one that has the feel of how much that thing curves. I mean, at the end of the day, it's up to you. We could give opinions, but at the end of the day,
I'm going to take it. Yeah.
All right, so, you know, the people that are in your group also are part of this conclusion, and if they agree with you, you can move on ahead. Right now, it's just about intent and what you believe happened as player. That always leans toward the player in that situation when it's unsure and there's no absolute fact. So he felt like that crossed that line on the left-hand side, so he'll take relief there, and that's exactly okay. It's exactly what should be happening when there was no clear understanding of where this ball last crossed the margin. I mean, the cool thing about golf and people who play the game at the highest level is integrity is always first and foremost, and this for sure is what he believes is accurate. Everybody in the group agreed with him. Rules officials said you're good to go, so we are good to play. So it's 1 and 2 out. He'll be hitting his third shot from here.
Elvis smiling.
You can see that drop was just not good. Deep.
Just be playing for position.
He's just now got to pitch out for his third. He's, I think, 1 under par, I believe.
Yep.
So, you know, he's just trying to make sure he can get out of here with 5 or 6 and play the weekend.
Yeah, even a double, he'll be safe. So that'll be his 4th shot. He's got 3 swings to secure a Saturday tee time. Well, that was going on. Here's Harrington for birdie at 17.
Yeah, this would be a nice get for Padraig. Oh, just slides right on him. He thought he had it.
Alex Noren making a return to professional golf on the tee at 16.
Yeah, you can see nice and open stance there, trying to work this from left to right. Typical ball flight for Alex, but I think he's overcooked this one. Nope.
Short of it, right?
Short of it, so we're all set.
Our like our same line.
Made his first start of the year last week. Top 50 player on the PGA Tour last year. So into all the majors, all the big events, but had to withdraw out in Maui back in January. Neck issues that ultimately revealed back injury and hamstring and glute tears. And so the veteran Swede, after really a resurgent banner year, just returned to action last week. He's playing really well here at the PGA Championship.
You wonder if Luke took that line because he saw Padraig's fall to the right. He gave it a little more pace and took it outside the hole. Boy, 2 great shots. Neither were able to capitalize on that.
Frustrating. What's going through your mind? You're Elvis Smiley. You obviously know the cut line looms, but you've got a few to play with.
Yeah, you do, and that's always unsettling. Everything that just occurred there, it's just get your heartbeat going a little too fast. So you just have to settle, chat with your caddy, and then refocus, reconnect with the shot you're on. Get back in your routine. Get this one on the green. Let's 2-putt, and let's get out of here. And if we make it, fabulous. He's got to stay away from left, so I would expect this not to be tight to this hole location. I would expect him to hit this at least 15 feet right of this hole. He doesn't have the leeway to hit this at the hole location. If this does go at the hole location, in my opinion, it would be small error. He wasn't expecting to.
136 yards, 4th shot for Elvis Smiley, PGA Championship debut for the 23-year-old Australian.
However, he is 23, so he
No
might actually
issue,
go
right?
right at this hole location. I'm here to tell you he shouldn't be going at this hole location. He should be going at that middle flag up on that venue behind the green. Which he did. Good for him.
Johnny Vegas, the leader, wrapping up round number 2, greenside here at the 18th with a 4-shot lead on Friday at the PGA Championship. Final hole of round 2. Johnny Vegas has found the green side bunker. No gimme up and down.
Yeah, it looked to me like it had plugged, which we haven't seen. I haven't seen any, at least, plugged golf balls. So we'll have to wait and see. No, I'm wrong. It did not plug. It came out of that. So that isn't surprising here. So not a horribly difficult bunker shot, but that's just a miss. And that is probably going to come all the way down to the front there.
There goes gravity.
All right, well, not the way he would like to be finishing this up.
I'm curious as to your thoughts on Johnny Vegas and wrap it up round 2. Obviously, a quick turnaround for so many guys that haven't been in this position. That lack of time to think helps. You can go low late, low early. Now he's going to have a long time to wait before tomorrow. How does Johnny approach all that'll come over the next 24 hours?
Yeah, I think he has to just trust in his preparation and trust in his play over the last, 6 tournament rounds that he's had, because he's played quite well. I don't think he can overthink the mistakes that he made here. I think he can learn from them and realize I lost my focus a little bit or whatever occurred there, and certainly can't miss it where I just missed it. But I think he just has to rely on the fact that I'm swinging well, I'm playing well, and I'm going to continue just the routines that I've been in to this point to get me where I am. If he starts to overthink misses from today, I think that's where you can get in trouble. If he starts to tinker with mechanics, that's where you can get in trouble.
Likely a bogey there to finish. Back to 17. David Pooge.
Yeah, starting this so far out to the right. This is going to have to really turn for him.
Back of the 18th now. Smiley for bogey.
Yeah, he left this in the perfect place that he needed to. Taking his lumps when he should. If you're at home and you've made an error, it's about not doubling up on errors. And this would be a double up on the air, because that's a little farther away than he would like for his next putt. And that will be for double bogey, which would put him at 1 over par. We think he probably has 2 putts from there to still make it, but you certainly don't want to finish with a triple and have to wait to see if that's the case.
Alex Noren playing into 16.
God, hey, oh, nice low cut in there. Oh, needed 2 more yards of carry. Just took on too much risk. That'll be a very difficult up and down out of that bunker to a down slope.
Back to the finishing hole with Brian Campbell. Par putt here.
Good for him.
It's a well-holed finish. Big birdie at 17 to get inside the number, and then a par at the last. Brian Campbell even through his first 2 rounds.
He's pleased. Should be.
Got a little work for Smiley.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. You make this putt, you think, okay, I messed up 18, but I'm good to go. Feel good about yourself leaving. Maybe kick yourself a little about the finish, but you know what, you're good. You miss this putt, and you wait around, and even if he still gets in, I think it's a completely different mindset going into tomorrow. It certainly shouldn't be, but as a player, I think it's hard to get that out of your head. Now, yeah, he's disappointed, but you know what? When he figures out, you know what, I'm still in, I'm still good, you get over it quicker.
He'll make the cut here at his first PGA Championship. Which means all that's left is Johnny Vegas. Short bogey putt. He'll finish at 9 under par and be the name to beat. That was a 3-footer.
Yeah, something's happening here. He hit a couple poor irons, 17 and 18. Hit a poor bunker shot. Poor putt there. So now, if you ask me the question, you know, this is rattling. So he's just going to have to find a way. Go hit some balls. Clear your head a little bit. Figure out that you just got a little focus issue here coming down the stretch. Figure out why you left the last couple irons to the right. And then go on your way.
Double trouble at the last for Johnny Vegas. So he may not be the 36-hole leader, a head scratcher for sure. But right now he is the man at the top. Second round 78 under par. And off to his best start in a major championship in his 15-year professional career.
Yeah, what's interesting, Mark Donaldson and I were covering it yesterday. Mark Donaldson said to me, Susie, would you take a 70 after you shot your lowest round in a major and you're leading the golf tournament? Would you take a 70 the next day? And I hesitated and I said, on a par 71 golf course, I'd rather get it a little under par, right? And I would say, you know, if he thinks of it that way instead, as Mark was thinking of it, today was a good day. I didn't finish strong, but today was a good day.
Pugin with a bogey there at 17. I'll be interested to see what Johnny says in his post-round press conferences and how he digests everything that happened there at the end and all the good that happened right before that. Noren's third.
Yeah, well done. A good shot out of that bunker. Anything more up and to the right takes a pretty big kick off the slope. That was well played. And we know where that putt breaks.
That's right. That is absolutely right, partner. Arkansas Razorback. Taylor Moore at 17th. 8th hole today, so still plenty of golf left, but he's one of the many right on the number. 1 over right now, grinding over a par putt.
Yeah, the same place as Padraig was. Went right, he got it done.
It's a birdie putt, excuse me, and Taylor Moore does get it done.
Yeah, that's great.
And a solid start for Taylor Moore. A couple under through his first 8 holes as the afternoon groups continue, nearing 3 o'clock here on Friday in Charlotte. It is round 2 of the 107th PGA Championship from Quail Hollow Club. '18th tee, 9 hole of ninth hole of round 2 for Luke Donald, who's just 3 back now.
Yeah, playing great still today. Yeah, this needs to cut hard. This is going to find the water, I would imagine.
Well, that's not ideal. Back to 16, Noren for par.
All right, if we have this red right, it's moving up. No, it's moving straight. This is just a brutal putt. I don't understand. We've seen it go every direction, so I'm not going to call it anymore. I'm just going to watch.
At least that one went in.
That one went in.
First one that found its way to the bottom. Good sandy save for Alex Noren. He stays 3 under.
Good sandy save. Yeah, Patrick stepped out of that really quickly. I have no idea if that's salvageable. That 2 in the water.
That's incredible. That creek is not very wide. It's a man-made little water feature that's less than 10 feet wide, and yet it swallows so many golf balls. George Cobb and the crew knew what they were doing.
They knew what they were doing, that's for sure, and players don't like it. It's like a magnet over there.
Martin Keimer's last man in this group. One of the 13 past champions in the field here this week. 40-year-old German who won back in 2010.
Yeah, as long as this settles down, this should be quite good.
Exactly the same, huh? It's exactly the same, huh?
Back at the 16th. It is the start of the green mile for Ryo Hisasune. 3 under today through his first 6.
Yeah, playing well. This working its way toward the center of the fairway. Yeah, that's well done.
He's a young guy with a lot of game. He's climbed up many leaderboards this year. 22-year-old from Japan, was the Rookie of the Year on the DP World Tour a couple years ago. And he's got 3 top 10s this year, so no surprise to see him play this well.
Yeah, exactly right.
17th tee with Noren.
Taking this in fairly straight. I believe this will catch the right edge. Just needs to stay up for him. That'll be a difficult 2-putt. You know, Alex Noren in his pre-shot used to do a lot of what you see Justin Rose do, just ensuring that he covers the golf ball and clears out of the way hard with his left hip. And I'm sure since his injuries, he's unable to, well, I shouldn't say I'm sure, but my guess is we're not seeing that. And, you know, maybe now that some things have healed and are good to go, he's making sure not to continue that. Perhaps that's part of why he was hurt.
Yeah, there's not many guys who hit more balls than Alex Noren. Kurt Kitayama.
Yeah, also set up to look like it's a pretty straight golf ball flying in there. This starts too far right on him. That might have found the water.
He's made 4 or 5 cuts in his first 5 PGA Championships. So that puts him behind the 8 ball a little with 10 holes left. The Postman, JT Poston.
Yeah, this is a beauty. Call it a little speed slot over there on 16. That's about as far as we've seen anything bounce forward.
So Johnny Vegas, a double bogey at the last, does post 8 under. How about Max Homa? 64 earlier today, the round of the day. Really impressive resolve.
Yeah, it just started out the gate really quickly.
Yeah.
And it was fun to listen to and fun to see. So, you know, these tee balls, no good. Never a fun walk when you know you're headed toward a penalty. area, and they both found themselves in it. So this is where they've chosen to take their relief. And this rough is no relief. Deep, very difficult to get out of.
That was the third for Padraig Harrington. Dropped way back. Yeah, there you see the numbers. This is playing closer to a par 5 for the field than it is a par 4.
Yeah, 4.68 as you see there, and just such a difficult finishing hole. And it's not their finishing hole. They still have the difficult first, second, and third to contend with as well. But coming down to the stretch, trying to win a championship, coming up to the 18th, perhaps tied, it's going to come down to who can get that ball in the fairway. And typically, as we both know, covering a lot of golf, oftentimes you can just blast driver like they could last week, and it's no big deal if you end up in the rough. Just not the case on 18. Not here at Quail Hollow Golf Club.
Now, very well said. It requires precision off the tee coming into the green. And there's no doubt the adrenaline's going to be pumping come Sunday afternoon for that Wanamaker battle.
Yeah, Padraig was pretty clear. He knew his did not cross. Luke is just in the same situation we saw earlier, a little bit unsure of where that ball crossed into that penalty area. Trying to get some confirmation from the gentleman in his group.
Here are the numbers back at the 16th. 9 birdies today. Only 4 yesterday in round 1. It was the hardest hole in the opening round.
So much easier.
Yeah, yeah, exactly.
Really not.
All those birdies came from the fairways. So step 1 achieved for Poston.
Yeah, this is just a beautiful look, as we've said, from the left side of the fairway. You can see the hole location. Gives you a great sense of feel, but that comes up well short.
Back to the Donald dilemma.
And you can see this relief is not relief, as I said earlier. I mean, like, dropping on this steep a slope is so difficult to hit a full golf shot, trying to stay over it, trying to keep your balance, trying to make good contact. So inevitably, this will also be a pitch out, unless he gets some kind of tremendous lie. You see Luke Donald there on the leaderboard. So not optimal for where you did stand on that leaderboard. It certainly will come off that page.
Back to 16. Hisatsune.
That is from 208 yards for him. Right at that number 6 on the camera tower is a good starting point for this shot. Not there.
It's been a tough up and down so far for a lot of guys. Alex Noren did get up and down in the last group. This was moments ago, 17. Kurt Kitayama.
I had mentioned that I thought maybe he went in the water, but he didn't. He went in the bunker, and that just was a complete lack of moving through it.
So that was the first one. And now popping out his third shot. Probably a bogey for Kurt.
Well, that's a better line than I expected when he dropped. We could still see the golf ball, which hasn't been the case for anybody else we've watched drop. So he may be able to get this advanced much farther than I expected.
What's the biggest key here when pretty much it is a steep, super steep slope?
Yeah, I mean, you've really got to put your weight slightly back on your heels so you don't fall as you're trying to make your way down and through it. You have to have a very strong core to stay tilted forward and over it. without losing your balance as the club is swinging through the golf ball. And then trying to finish in a normal looking finish is impossible. So you'll see a very low looking finish as he comes through, trying to keep that face square through impact. Yeah, that was much farther advanced than I expected. But he did everything we talked about and did it well.
I've written all that down. That was my lesson of the day from top 50 teacher Susie Whaley.
All those uneven lies take so much core strength to do really beautifully.
Long run for Alex Noren.
Yeah, that little dark line you see there, right about there, it starts to get pretty quick. This is a really nice pace if it continues down that slope, but how in the world? I don't know how he stopped that. That's what's making 17 difficult today, is anything on the back of that whole location is just a very easy 3-putt.
Harrington's fourth.
Now this from 110 yards, that needs to settle.
Okay. Tell you what, he doesn't get cheated on many swings.
Yeah, I don't know if he thinks that's up. I bet he can't tell from where he's standing that that ball stayed up.
I'll try to get up and down through a double. Rare that you see as many others as there are bogeys. That's what the 18th has done today. 19 bogeys, 18 doubles or worse.
Yeah, and Padraig was right there on the cut line at +1.
Donald dissecting his fourth.
121 yards for Luke. He has more room, obviously, to play with at -5. But again, the smart, less risky play is just at the middle of that building. He's already made his air. See if he can make his par from there. Yeah, smart play.
It's Saturday's third at 16.
Played wide open. Just a difficult play from that right bunker.
That's not been the friendliest for the field. Rio is Saturday off to a good start today. 300 through his first 6 holes coming into this green mile. Still his first 9 holes here today. Finished really strong yesterday. Birdied 4 of his last 7. He moved to an opening 68, so he's another guy right there in the mix. Noren, 3 whacks of the flat stick. Back to Poston.
Yeah, going with the putter from just off the green, that will make this quite slow. Yeah, lots of grass that he had to go over there. I don't love that choice.
His surrounds and aprons so beautifully manicured and tight lies. See a lot of guys chip and pitch the ball really well.
Yeah, we just haven't seen a whole lot of putters from off the sides. Certainly that's a generalization. I'm sure some of them have that we haven't seen, but that play going over that much, I would have expected him to hit a little wedge.
Good crowd growing here at the 18th.
Yeah, this is Padraig's 5th shot after finding the water off the tee. could chip this in. We think maybe
Yeah.
he'll play on the weekend.
Yeah. Well, 9th hole of the day for this group, so he's got some time to get some birdies.
Thank you for getting my brain dialed in straight. You're absolutely right.
He's not overly pleased there. Still looking at that cut. It's 1 over at the moment, and 1 over's gotten a little bit healthier. Top 74 players tied for 1 over. So here is his shot today. You see his caddy, William Spencer, there in the background. Check this out.
Yeah, every single time, right?
Every single time on putts and even some chips that are off of grass around the green. Here it is. A pre-shot ritual, sip of the water bottle. Now, the water bottle's not the exact thing. I've seen different water bottles, different iterations and colors. Keeps the water in his mouth. Let's take a sip, digest it now, settle into the putt.
It's really quite interesting in theory, and I don't know this to be the case because I haven't read why he says he does that. But if you think about coaching, and bear with me. So if you keep your jaw super tight, you don't get a whole lot of oxygen. You keep your jaw super tight, right? So your body starts to stress and your shoulders start to raise. If you have gum, if you chew gum, for example, if you yawn, things like that allow you to breathe and take in more oxygen and relax. I wonder if in the process of him having water in his mouth and then going ahead and swallowing it, as you swallow, everything seems to relax, because you can't swallow when everything's tight and stiff. Maybe you can. Some expert's going to tell me that's not true. But in my mind as an athlete, once you've swallowed, everything seems to settle down. And perhaps he finds that he strokes it better with better tempo and timing, relaxed. Did you follow that?
I did. Here I was just thinking he was thirsty the whole time. That's a good par for JT Poston after the lackluster third. That's a very interesting point. You know, we see a lot of guys chewing gum nowadays. I see Tiger chomping on gum all the time. Colin Morikawa does it, and so many of them talk about that with their focus levels and things of that nature and the ability.
So keep your jaw relaxed.
Yeah. Nico Echeverria back on the tee.
Oh, very well done.
Always learning sitting next to you, my friend. Yeah,
I mean,
it's a great
just
diagnosis.
A theory. It's a theory. I feel like it's not going to catch on, though, because we all don't have caddies to carry it around.
There is Martin Keimer. The only one that really hasn't struggled on this hole, despite 3 lackluster shots. Par putt about 8 feet away. And he's going to need a lot of magic on his second 9 today. Makes bogey and he'll keep the honor.
Yeah, the green mile certainly not nice to Martin today. 3 bogeys.
Echeverria's approach into 16. He is 4 off the lead.
This from 220 yards in. Most likely a 5-iron. Oh, that's a great shot.
Harrington for a double.
All right, not alone on the 18th with a double.
And Donald for his 6. Now over par for the day. 3 under at the PGA Championship. 5 shots back, making the turn on Friday. James Tyree Poston, playing in his home state of North Carolina, the Western Carolina Catamount from Hickory, and now playing in the heart of Charlotte.
Just one over on his round today, bogey on the 12th, but this does not look like it's going to be dry. Yeah, with all that room right, I get why he's aggravated.
Yeah. 15, like got a 93 in the last shot, but
right.
More like in a last shot, like a more low one, but
yeah.
Like
yeah, that flew exactly 93.
Yeah.
So
yep.
that was the shot. You gotta believe it's like this.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Then finishing like in 17, it's good, right?
It's perfect. Yeah, you're trying to hit like you said, like 95 shots. Yeah, like perfect.
After a bogey to begin the Green Mile, first bogey of the day for Ryo Hisatsune. Heard the great conversation there between him and William Spencer. Aaron on the side of safety and trying to give themselves a look.
Yeah, just finishing at the 17. I like that. Not taking on that left at all. Well, this is exactly what they mapped out.
Final man of this group is Tyler Johnson, PGA Director of Instruction at the Meadow Club in Fairfax, California, making his first major appearance.
Yeah, I heard him say he's starting at more at 1 o'clock. That would be the left corner of that camera tower. Get that to lean just a little left for him. Part of the Corbridge financial team of 20 PGA professionals representing 30,000 PGA professionals across the country.
Tom Johnson making his PGA Championship debut. He was teammates with Luke Donald back at Northwestern. They got to reunite here this week at the second major championship of the year, the PGA Championship in Charlotte. The PGA of America and our more than 30,000 PGA of America golf professionals. We love this game. Alongside past president of the PGA of America, Susie Whaley, Mike Patel, and our great crew hanging out with you. Susie, always wonderful when we get back to the PGA Championship, the 107th playing. Quail Hollow Club this week, where the story down the finish is always the Green Mile. This par 3 17th in the middle of it, and we just got our 5th water ball today with JT Poston.
Yeah, not that many actually today. I mean, people are staying way wide on the right-hand side versus taking on that whole location. This from the drop zone.
It's 110 from there.
This would be his 3rd shot.
Oh, look out!
I mean, you know what? I can make a par from anywhere. That's just so amazing. Oh, he was so mad at himself for going where he knew he absolutely shouldn't have been, and what a great par.
All-American 3, JT Poston.
That's great. It's almost unfair that you just write 3 in the card. You should be able to tell a little story on that one, right?
Hoops it from the drop zone. Disaster evaded.
Absolutely, because right now you're thinking, come on, I just got to hit this close, get my 4, get out of here. Still aggravated while you walk to the 18th. But you know what? No. I'm going to make it 3. This guy is like, let's go.
What a moment and what a par. That you could just shift the momentum for the rest of the round for JT Poston. He'll get a nice ovation. Arriving here at greenside, Poston, multiple PGA Tour winner, playing his home state of North Carolina. He was a standout star now in the age of all the big schools in the college golf ranks. Not for JT, played in Collet, North Carolina, one of the Catamounts.
I can guarantee you, everybody in the Elijah Craig tent here this week as a partner of the PGA of America just stood up and said, let's go.
Not officially an ace, but maybe a tab coming JT's way.
Maybe.
You ever do anything like that?
I hold out on a par 3, but in a drop zone? No. I've had hole-in-ones.
Okay.
But I've never done that. I've had a 2 on a par 4.
Nice.
But I've never done that. That would be cool.
So after all that, it's a par for JT Poston. He stays 2 under. Edge of Area could get to just 3 back.
Yeah, this has been such a difficult hole to birdie today. Just haven't seen that many with this hole location. 10 birdies on the entire day, mostly from the AM when the wind was a little softer than it is right now.
So a par for the 30-year-old Colombian, Nico Echeverria. He stays 4 back. Two birdie tries coming up here at the 17th. Johnson wrapping up. He had missed the green to the right. That's a tidy up and down for the PGA professional.
That's well done. Has 3 less birdies even on the 17th. He's playing the 2nd hardest of the day.
There you go, from the 2nd hardest of the day to the hardest hole of the day, the 18th. Just a monster. Satsune found the green, 50-footer on deck.
Yeah, and these gentlemen still have the front 9 to play. So 17th being the 2nd, 18th being the 1st hardest. You get a little reprieve on 1, and 2 is the 3rd hardest. So it's a tough stretch.
Wow. Just no give here at Quail Hollow. Always one of the toughest tests in major championship golf. Well, check this out. Not your everyday animation.
So that would be his first shot. Here's your tracker for the 2nd.
In the hole.
That's awesome.
How about that? Par putt for the 22-year-old out of Japan. 3 top 10s this season. He became one of the youngest winners from Japan on the DP World Tour when he won in France 2 years ago. There's that familiar water bottle routine before each and every putt. Maybe not for a tap in, but anything of length. That's how he gets himself in the proper frame of mind, trying to avoid a bogey and stay just 3 off the pace. Well done. To the 18th, a par putt for the young Spaniard, 23-year-old David Puig.
It's just a misread, never turned. And the golf course is playing very similar to how it played yesterday as well. Yesterday, 72.75 was the average. Today, 72.52. So while I don't feel like the scores are as low, looking at the leaderboard, meaning we don't have a lot of standout low rounds, pretty similar.
Yeah. Weather-wise, we're pretty similar. Conditioning, very similar as well. Back in the fairway at the 18th, one of the 20 PGA professionals here in the field this week. Got Nick Ishii.
He's the PGA Director of Golf at Old Waverly Golf Club in West Point, Mississippi.
Second PGA Championship for Ishii, one of the 20. Kitayama.
Yeah, he knew he didn't love that as soon as he took his hands off the club in that finish. He'll stay in the short stuff, though.
What's that move about?
Yeah, I know he just did it. That's what I thought perhaps he wouldn't do anymore after his injuries, but
Yeah.
he certainly just did it. It's just to ensure that he gets his body moving and through it and out of the way, letting his arms drop.
Is that just a big anti-left sort of
Yes.
mechanism for him? Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was right.
That's one of the best we've seen.
Right on the money from Alex Noren. Good look at a bounce back birdie as he makes the turn. Back to 17, Echeverria.
Yeah, starting out at those camera towers and bringing it back in. This is a good one.
$25-footer for birdie coming up for Nico Echeverria in the middle of his round here on Friday in Charlotte at the 107th PGA Championship.
the PGA Championship being played in Charlotte, North Carolina, barbecue town. What's your go-to order when it comes to barbecue?
Depends on which barbecue. There's Texas barbecue, there's Korean barbecue, there's Japanese barbecue.
I do like barbecue. I will say tri-tip from California.
Charlotte, big on barbecue.
I don't think I've had North Carolina barbecue before.
Some ribs, pork, pulled pork, and some sausage.
Okay. I mean, that sounds amazing.
Burn ends all day long.
Do you have a preference when it comes to the region?
It's not a good question for me. I try not to do a lot of meat at home, so like I don't really go to barbecues.
Oh, man, now I am hungry. Susie, what kind of barbecue do you like?
Well, I'm a Tar Heel.
Okay.
So, you know, for me, it used to be like beef brisket, pork barbecue. But I don't have a real contender anymore because we don't eat it that often in Florida.
Harris English finds the green there at the 16th. I live in Tennessee, so I'm partial to Memphis barbecue.
Yeah, the first time I had it at Carolina, and it was at the Tar Heel Championship.
Oh.
And they were roasting a real pig.
There you go.
And I was like, I don't understand. What is that? And they're like, that's actually what you eat. And it, you know, it kind of clicked, and I thought, oh, wow. But then I tasted it, and all was well with the world.
I'm sure there are many barbecue places this week that
I kind of like the mustard sauce. Sorry to interrupt you. Like, not the actual, like, red barbecue. Like, I like that little Carolina mustardy barbecue sauce. Anyway, on to golf.
Yeah, now I'm really hungry. Here, Kitayama's third at 18.
Yeah, not a difficult little pitch shot. Just have to take this high enough, avoiding that lower false front, which, boy, that he'd like over.
Called him Quadzilla in college at UNLV. Maybe the wrath of Godzilla coming up if he makes a mess here at the 18th.
Yeah, he's not very happy with this last stretch.
Got a big win a couple years ago down in Orlando at Arnold Palmer's home, Bay Hill Club at Lodge. So he's established himself.
Yeah, brutally difficult golf course, too.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, this coming off bogey at 17.
Three of the worst words in golf. Still your turn?
Yes. Yeah, and honestly, from the middle of the fairway, a little sloppy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which I believe he would agree with, so I can say that.
Still got 9 holes left after this, but gotta keep an eye on the cut. Your Kurt Kitayama, he's made 4 of his first 5 at the PGA Championship, but going in the wrong way as he faces the green mile, 19 feet for par. Another drop shot for Kurt. Back to 17. Echeverria for birdie.
Yeah, could work a little to the right if it doesn't have enough pace. Oh, it should still be an easy 3 for him.
Noren had that really beautiful approach shot in. Just 10 feet for a bounce back birdie. Walked it in. Beautiful 3 from Alex Noren.
Yeah, that's nice.
Birdie's the hardest hole on the golf course, so it can be done. Back to the tee, Hisatsune.
Yeah, lost this well right of what he wanted to do. That needs to settle. Well, it's settled in the deep stuff.
The Scotsman, Bob McIntyre, back at the 16th.
Let's see if that comes up short of the bunker.
I've seen it for a long time.
Yeah, it could be a little tricky. Let's see where that is close to the back of the bunker. I think it might be okay since he stands on the other side.
I was out walking around earlier this week. Bob McIntyre was out there, was with our own Mark Donaldson. They're both countrymen, Scotsmen. They were talking about all sorts of food I've never heard of.
Yeah, did you keep up?
No, I did not.
Because when they get together, I don't know. I think I can
awesome.
understand them both very easily until they get together.
Stephen Yeager had a great opening round yesterday. Big part of the mix. He's had a tough start. 2 over through his first 6 today. They can make birdies in bunches.
That's probably going to catch the bunker as well. Little better lie. Doesn't have any face to go over where he is versus Robert.
Yeager's a fun player to watch. Just blast driver everywhere. Product of the Baylor School down in Chattanooga, as is Harris English.
That stays out to the right. I still haven't figured out this putt from below this hole. Just a really difficult read.
Par for English. Good clean start for the 4-time PGA Tour winner. Now in his 9th PGA Championship. A lot of players that are in the mix, with Johnny Vegas, who was all the way at 10 under par coming down the home stretch, a double bogey at the end. And so there are many guys who have a great opportunity at charging towards the top, which includes JT Poston. He's just 6 back with 10 holes left.
Yeah, this from 177 yards. Looks like he has a very good lie. Just have to be careful not to put too much spin on this coming. Oh no, he caught too much sand. Yeah, that comes up well short. We've just seen that a lot in those raked areas in the centers of the bunkers here, where just don't get a clean strike on the golf ball. Catch way too much sand prior.
PGA professional Tom Johnson pitching out.
Yeah, this bail out to the right, that's about all you can do unless you're willing to try to navigate those trees in front of you and thread the needle. It's trouble as well.
Only 1 par from the right rough today, and when the PGA Championship was here back in 2017, throughout the course of the week, if you missed the 18th fairway, it was half a shot worse for the field. Just a huge penalty, the biggest one that week, and probably will be the biggest one again this week when the numbers are all crunched.
Yeah, I can see how low he has his hands on that handle, just trying to control this, keeping it underneath the branches, trying to make sure that face doesn't flip on him, but that scooted out well right. Pretty good contact on that from where he was, that's for sure.
All right, got it up there green side. By the way, his 18th hole's gotten tougher and tougher. 4.71.
It's just getting harder.
Oh, my goodness. Wouldn't have it any other way here at the strongest field in golf. It is the 107th PGA Championship, hanging out on the green mile at the home stretch of Quail Hollow. 16th hole here, the start of the Green Mile. Stephen Yeager, Robert McIntyre finding that right fairway bunker, which has been no piece of cake so far today. Chris Kirk over in the left rough.
Yeah, I think it's fine for Robert. I don't think that little notch there right in front of him is going to affect this at all. This slide much easier. As a lefty, his feet would have been well above the ball. As a righty,
didn't sound the cleanest. Doesn't look the cleanest. That was crazy. Weekend warriors rejoice. Even the best can face difficult circumstances. Yeager next.
yeah, this is a little bit nicer. You can actually see the bottom of the hole here. All right, well, that turtle needs to turn it back around. It's going to take him a while to get across here.
From a turtle to the man they call the giraffe, Harris English.
All right, see if he can carry the green there on that side, get over that bunker. He did. It's well done.
I always love watching Harris play. Never really rushed, just what a smooth, strutting around. Echeverria, the hard 18th.
Yeah, it's just a big double cross there, set up to hit a cut. Doesn't happen to the hazard, but as we know, it's very difficult next off that lie.
Up green side, third for Hisatsune.
Yeah, pretty standard bunker shot here for him. He won't fly it all the way back there. He'll have to hit a released bunker shot here, let it roll back to that whole location, which he did beautifully.
It's been about 50-50 from that front right green side bunker. Players getting it up and down today. That was pretty sporty from Rio. Michael Kim.
I enjoyed reading his comments from yesterday about his round and his thoughts on his round.
So giving it honest on social media, Michael Kim.
Yeah.
He puts a lot of time into it.
He sure does. And it's always an honest take.
Yeah.
I respect that.
JT posted, do you have some more magic in a wedge with him?
Boy, did you see the speed at the bottom of that? That was beautiful. Created a ton of spin. That would be a fantastic par save.
2 in a row. That was cool to watch. Gorgeous calm day here at the Quail Hollow Club. Wind will pick up a little later this afternoon. That's what the forecast calls for. It was a soggy start to the week. 5 inches of rain over the last 12 days here in the Charlotte area, including almost 4 inches since last Friday alone. But Keith Wood, the golf course superintendent, and his top-notch team have taken tremendous care of this major championship venue. And it is showing out. Good third from Chris Kirk, trying to salvage par at 16. Kim second.
But this is a good look. You can see the slope he's contending with in the beginning, straight up the hill and then down. It's well judged.
He's worked a lot with Joe Mayo on his around the green game. Michael Kim area that's really improved over the last season or so.
Well, Joe would be proud of that one. You can see this putt line. This is cool. That's where he needs to start the golf ball, to the ball on the right, to make this putt. That's a really neat graphic.
17th hole's been the now third hardest on the golf course. No putts have been made from right where Harris English is, but a couple players on a little closer line have poured in one of the 7 birdies from the field here today.
Yeah, if you're confused at all about your short game, in any respect, give Joe Mayo a follow.
Yeah. Trackman Joe, that's his nickname.
That's his nickname. He will try to dispel some of the myths for you.
Artificial for Rio Hisatsune back at the 18th. That's pretty good up and down for the 22-year-old out of Japan. So he stays 5 under par as he makes the turn to the front side. That's 3 off the lead. You can weather this stretch 16 through 3, middle of your round. There are opportunities outside of that. Harris English has done a good job so far. And staring down 22 feet to get to 2 under. Way long and right of the 16th green. McIntyre's third.
Yeah, really interesting coming out of that bunker. Just, he obviously hated it. It was a complete miss, but that's not too bad. It's a pretty good chance to make his par. He was far enough right and over that right bunker. It was far easier than had he been just right of the bunker.
Right before him, Jaeger's third, turtle left.
Oh, good. He walked quicker than I expected. Or they're playing slower than I thought.
Been a lot of animals out here this week.
Yeah.
Turtles, ducks. There's a snake that scared Sean McKeel earlier. Who knows what we'll find next. Area that, you guessed it, was known for the quail, hence the name Quail Hollow. It was once the largest dairy farm in North Carolina, named for the abundance of quail in the area. And the Harris family carved the 257-acre masterpiece. That is our major championship venue this week. Chris Kirk to salvage a par.
My fellow Tar Heel.
That's right. Tar Heels are everywhere.
Boy, that was a good stroke. Never left the hole. Having a good day?
Been a resurgent last 18 months or so for Chris Kirk. Went 7 years between wins and has really found his game again. Went through a number of off-the-golf course battles. Was the Courage Award winner late last year. And good to see him competing consistently on the big stage again. Jaeger for par.
Always fakes me out. I always think he's going to go left-hand low every time I watch him putt, and quickly changes it.
Polar opposite of yesterday. He got off to a hot start. Now still looking for that first birdie. And all the way back to 1 under. Not many people will be where Robert McIntyre hit his third shot from.
No, yeah, you'd never go there if we were talking about it, but it just might work out for him.
How did he end up there? Was that just straight knifed thin shot?
Yeah, I mean, I just think he massively pulled it.
Yeah. Could all go away with a good putt. Oh, he wanted it.
I do love it when a player like has an own personal conversation with their caddy just to make sure they understood why they missed it. Nothing to do with the line I chose.
I had that like 2.5 minutes. I was watching that.
Dreaded reverse bounce back. McIntyre back to -3. Echeverria, luckily this didn't go into the penalty area. Second shot at 18.
Yeah, it looks like he's going for it too. Must be a pretty decent lie, but you see how difficult that is. So many of them have to walk through just to keep their balance. Not a bad leave.
Santander just got up and down from that bunker in the previous group. Davis Thompson hit a good tee shot. He's in the fairway.
Oh, what a great golf shot.
Davis Thompson bringing the juice. Best of the day.
I feel like a little smile. Maybe he doesn't know how close he is.
I'll get some pep in the step. He needs some birdies over his last 9.5 holes. Clears the fairway for the group back on the tee. Michael Kim should look good to his eye.
Yeah, taking it down the right there. One of the few that we've seen do that and bringing it back in. Nice little draw down the middle of the fairway.
Kim was second up in the order, hitting after Harris English.
Yeah, that's a little the opposite. It's coming down the left-hand side. Trying to get that to hold on. And finds the ref.
Well, Johnny Vegas is your leader, but there are some charging players here this afternoon. Alex Smalley, the last man into the field, is off to a great start. 300 through 10 holes today, just one shot off the lead. Don't know what happened there for Nico, but it was not good. And he's headed back to the well.
Yeah, I mean, his bunker play just is shocking, candidly. It's just, everything's just stopping at impact.
Fourth shot.
Yeah, I certainly want to keep that lower body moving. Yeah, that too. You can see him kind of pull up and out of the way, and that needs to hold on not to fall off the far front. Yeah, it's just not a great motion there in the bunker at all. Almost like he's fearing hitting it way too far for some reason, and that's cost him a couple shots now that we've seen, not just here.
He's got the putter out.
Well, that's telling too, right? So something's going on with the short game that he's just not comfortable with. So he's going to take the wedges right out of his hands. Put something on the ground. Relatable, but surprising.
Yeah, it's been a tough year around the greens for Nico Echeverria. So he's got some time to wait. Bud Cauley, meanwhile, working his way back towards the number. He's 2 over. Remember, this group has 9 holes left, and the cut right now, 1 over par. So Bud Cauley laboring his way back. This is a birdie effort. The 35-year-old playing in his first PGA Championship since 2020, overcame a horrific car accident, playing again here at the highest stage. McIntyre. Aboard. Here we go. 5th for Echeverria.
Yeah, isn't happy with his short game, obviously, taking putter from well down below the green surface. And that comes up well short, so nothing more, I mean, there's a lot frustrating about golf, but this just incredibly frustrating.
Lots of self-inflicted wounds coming up the 18th. Here is Jaeger.
Yeah, this is pretty, turning right into this whole location.
What a shot. Steven Jaeger delivers. Well, this goes, he's got to smile, right?
I've seen him smile plenty of times. When he won the John Deere, he smiled. And yeah. I just think there are some players who are just extremely focused. And yes, you and I, of course, we would be like, yeah, let's go, right? I just think there's some players who just take every shot for what it is and just on to the next.
Help him move in the right direction. Davis Thompson. Heartbreak.
Boy, after such a great shot.
Second PGA Championship for Thompson, 25-year-old from Atlanta. Tough double here for Echeverria.
Yeah, self-imposed.
Yeah. 1-putt double. Now 6 shots back. Collet cleanup. Lives down in the Jacksonville area now. Had a great week down at the Players Championship. Huge home following for Bud Collet. He's overcome a lot of obstacles. And he's in a car crash. Didn't know if he was going to be able to live his life normally again, let alone play professional golf.
Works with PGA coach Jason Bale down at Jupiter Hills, our PGA Coach of the Year a couple years ago.
It's good. Got to learn from Collet, moving the right way, trying to make the cut on Friday. Cut day at the 107th PGA Championship.
About math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Golf, it turns out, is really about math. You hear that, kids? Pay attention in class. Who knows if one day you'll need to know that it's 176 to the pin, but only 153 to the front, and 151 to a landing spot on the edge that will take enough off the shot for it to settle close enough for a makeable putt. It's a numbers game.
And the numbers all add up to tricky at the famed Green Mile, the finishing stretch. 16, 17, and 18 at Quail Hollow Club. A host for this 107th PGA Championship. Heart of the Green Mile, par 3, 17th, 185 yards here in round 2. Robert McIntyre with a birdie putt.
Yeah, this just coming over the slope and then back down. That's well done.
Another hot, humid day here in Charlotte. Temperatures climbing up towards 90 degrees as we go to 16. Thorbjorn Olesen. Oh, hey! Olesen picks up a birdie at the difficult 16th.
Well, that was fun.
Very fun. Steven Jaeger for birdie.
Yeah, we know that putt goes a little to the right. I thought maybe he put enough pace on it.
Shutout stays intact. Fairway adjacent, second for English.
Ah, that's nicely done from where he was. You could tell he thought he hit it a little too long, but really nice out of that deep stuff.
Jaeger did tap in for par to stay 1 under. That is 7 shots off the lead. Johnny Vegas was the 18-hole leader. 40-year-old from Venezuela. First Venezuelan to ever lead any round of a major championship. And he backs up that opening 64 with a 1 under 70. Double bogey at the last. Opens the door for some players. But Alex Smalling, he was the first alternate. Got into the field Wednesday night around 6 o'clock local time. And he's 1 off the lead with 9 holes to go.
Yeah, I mean, incredible taking advantage of the opportunity. And I mean, that's what you hope for, right? Oh my gosh, I'm in. I'm going to take advantage. He's doing it.
Yeah, absolutely. Bryson DeChambeau, 68 earlier. The name right above him, the one that lurks. Terrible round by Scotty Scheffler standards yesterday, but still shot 2 under. He's plodding his way around. 1 under today, just lurking at 5 shots off the lead.
Rasmus Højgaard, one of my favorite swings on the tour. Went over on his day. I don't know, it seems to me that Scotty has this ability, like so many greats before him, that even the bad rounds, he figures out a way to get the job done.
Olsen just made birdie. His tee shot at 17. The filter catches a piece.
Popular spot. Safe, away from the water.
Third here for Michael Kim. Great tee shot in the middle of the fairway. Came up a little short.
Yeah, just hit a little low. Chaser in there. There we go. Okay.
The short game lessons paying off. Hardest hole in the golf course. It's a chip-in birdie for Michael Kim.
I love it.
And in the red figures, 1 under par.
Only 8 birdies there on the 18th today, and he gets to count himself as one of them. That's a treat.
Manny Majegas talking to Si-Woo Kim here at the 16th.
Yeah, he couldn't place this golf ball any better off the tee.
Wonder what he thinks about it.
All right. A little dramatic, it's fine.
Wears his emotions on his sleeve. That's so many emotional, iconic reactions the President's Cup in Montreal. And one of those international Star Wars. English.
Yeah, this keeps getting better. I think it's going to turn low, though.
Well, going back to that gum conversation, Harris English earlier, loose, relaxed jaw.
There
Certainly
you have
shows in the way he plays, right? Never uptight about anything.
A lot of great players.
You've inspired me. I'm going to carry a bunch in my bag now.
Yeah, you might be surprised. Dennis isn't going to love me, but...
Harris English, just a couple feet left for par. He'll stay 1 under. Some more names adding themselves to the mini leaderboard here, bottom right of your screen. Johnny Vegas is the leader. A lot of North Carolina ties. Alex Smalley, who played at Duke, a couple of your UNC Tar Heels.
I was going to say, there might be a theme happening.
Yeah,
here.
Ben Griffin's 4 under through 6 today. Ryan Gerard also played at Carolina. He's 5 under. Players that are very familiar with the area, with the golf course. It's showing up here at a major championship. Sam Stevens.
I said Siwoo couldn't have placed it better. You couldn't have placed it. Actually, you could have. You could have placed it where Stevens was. He was even better.
They'd love to place it where Stevens is now. Wonderful shot from Sam Stevens.
Yeah, I think there's something to be said, too, about having friends and family be able to come out and around and be comfortable in an area of the country where you played a lot of golf, comfortable with the grasses. That's what you're seeing with those Carolina ties. Boy, this 18th, this dispersion just keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger as we go on through the day. If we drew a big circle around that, it'd be at least 55 yards across. It's just such a difficult fairway to find, as you can see.
So it's the hardest hole on the golf course. You see that 4.71. That is 0.7 of a shot over par. Next hardest hole on the golf course today is the second. It's 0.3 of a shot over par. So 18 alone is half a shot tougher almost than its next closest competitor.
And this is part of the reason. You see how deep this pine straw is. We talked about this a little bit earlier. Lots of courses in the Carolinas have pine straw, obviously, based on the trees. It's how they fill certain areas. But it's typically pretty thin, slippery, but thin. Not here. Here it is truly penal because the ball can sit inside it very deeply. He can do what he just did, where he was cleaning away some of that pine straw, so long as you're not moving your golf ball.
Stephen Yeager looking at all options.
Go ahead.
We can let Chris Kirk go ahead while he figures things out.
Pine straw is just loose impediments.
Back one at the 17th. Olesen second.
You know, his putting setup, his putting address. Typically when you see somebody putting, they don't look like they're getting ready to hit a golf ball, right? I know that sounds strange, but they don't look like they're in a ball striking setup for a longer shot. He always looks to me like he's in a ball striking setup when he hits his putter. Hands forward, handle a little forward of the head. Looks like he's in kind of an address posture that you'd see with a 7-iron.
Punch out for Yeager.
Yeah, just held that face, made sure it was straight, but I don't think it carried very far.
Got chewed up by that dense rough. Not overly long at the start of the week. About 3 inches they let it eat, but boy, is it thick. Proper placement for McIntyre inside 150.
Yeah, he could throw this about 3 paces right at this flagstick from this angle. That's exactly what he did. Just didn't have enough spin on it. We've seen that a lot too. I think the players are assuming that slope will help the ball just come back naturally, but we haven't seen that happen very often.
Low round on the golf course is Ben Griffin. He's in this group at the 16th.
Yeah, this needs to get on the ground quickly or it's going to find that bunker. Oh, Ben hasn't gone yet. We'll get to Ben in a sec.
He's been playing well. Got to see a good one there from Lee Hodges. Found the fairway. Gives us time to go back to the 18th and Steven Yeager.
Yeah, just 82 yards from here. Pretty deep stuff. Wants to make sure he carries this on the green. It will have some release to it. Yeah, just tricky from where he was.
Interesting to see if he has to stand on the bridge or anything up there. Here's Griffin.
Similar looking shot. This might actually end up in the rough there on the right, which is trickier than that bunker.
He's got the low round on the golf course in action right now. 400 through his first 6 holes. Can't dream up a much better start for Ben Griffin. He's just 3 shots off the lead. That's the golf ball of Steven Yeager.
That's a nice lie. You know, it's such a hard shot from where he was in that deep stuff because you land on the very, very, very front of the green. It's going to stick, come back down. He had to carry it onto the green, but then because of the rough, just released so far for him. Only other option would have been to go right of that whole location and let it run out.
So he's assessing the options at hand, trying to minimize the damage at 18. At 17, Olsen for par.
Ah, well done. Good putt.
What color would you qualify those pants as?
Kind of an aquamarine.
Okay. I dig it. I think you got him out of Jimmy Gallero's closet earlier today, our wonderful producer.
I have no idea if that's right, but that's what it looks like.
Well, it's like the same color shirt as Chris Kirk here. Usually tidy around the greens.
Yeah, that's pretty.
So he'll stay right on the number. 9 holes left to go. Sam Stevens for birdie at 16.
Ah, there we go.
Stealing shots on the field. Big birdie for Sam Stevens. And he's right there in the hunt. Back-to-back birdies at 2 under.
Yeah, disappointing bogey at the 14th.
Yeah.
Short par 4. So that'll make him feel a little better.
18 with Yeager.
Wow, that just came out of there so softly.
Now it's get up and down for a double. And that's been a polar opposite second round for Steven Yeager. 5th shot.
I mean, already 20 double bogeys on the day today on the 18th. 20.
Oh.
And I say it like that because keeping in mind, he's the best players in the world.
Yeah. Well, and we've seen doubles come from everywhere, from bad tee shots, bad second shots.
Bad short game.
Right.
That's a great point. It hasn't just been one problem.
Right. Yeah.
Right?
18's always been tough. PGA Championship was here in 2017. PGA Tour has been to Quail Hollow a bunch. Very interested to see how hard today at 18 stacks up in a comparison of all the days, because it has just been an absolute slugfest in the worst way.
We could sit in here and giggle about it, and it's not funny.
No. So McIntyre can wheel home the 27-footer. He's picking up almost 2 shots on the field today. Also, here's the difficulty of this par 4 18th. The par 5s are playing about as hard. Under par for all the par 5s. And the par 4 18th, nearly the same scoring average. And it's not like it's one of these 550-yard par 4s of the length that's been added at 16. It's 474 yards that requires all of your attention.
Yeah, and I think it starts right from the tee box. It's kind of narrow, kind of fools you into thinking where you're hitting is extremely narrow. And then for those that want to hit a little fade, it tends to, they run out of room, run out of space. Draw is really the best opportunity that I've seen really hit the fairway multiple times, or a fairway finder, or a long, driving iron. Something that just gets it pretty much straight. Other than that, we've seen the gamut.
Yeah.
And the problem is missing the fairway typically is fine. You just, take your lumps. But this is like penal on both sides. Super penal on the right, super penal on the left. There isn't a good place to miss,
right.
That's my point.
So good stress-free 4 for Robert McIntyre. 5 shots off the lead as he makes the turn on Friday. Home stretch of the second round, cut day here at Quail Hollow, the 107th PGA Championship. Next May, the PGA Championship returns to Wanamaker Golf Club in Newton Square, Pennsylvania, just outside of Philadelphia. To register for tickets, visit pgachampionship.com/register. Registration closes soon. It'll be fun to get up there to Wanamaker. It has been a great week here at Quail Hollow, 7 miles south of uptown Charlotte, North Carolina. With low round in progress is Ben Griffin, 400 through his first 6, starting the green mile, and he will be forced to scramble. Awkward position there off the tee at the par 4 16th for Griffin, who's played very well this season. Got his first win in a team event earlier this year, and now contending on Friday at a major championship. But you've got to conquer the Green Mile, and in the heart of it is the par 3 17th, which has been a difficult hole today. Third hardest on the golf course and the hardest of the par 3s. Sam Stevens, well, he's on a nice stretch. He just birdied 16, hit it to 12 feet at the 17th. Playing alongside Rico Hoey and Siwoo Kim. Sort of like what we talked about at 18 today, Susie, with there not being a good miss. Similar story at the par 3 17th. Can be stretched out to over 220 yards. And even if you miss the green, there's no place that's an automatic up and down.
There really isn't. And, you know, the hole locations today are so strategic. And as we mentioned earlier, I thought, oh, well, you know, 18 doesn't look that difficult today. I think there's going to be a lot more birdies. I think that's what I said to you when I walked in the door. And boy, I couldn't have been more wrong about that.
That's all a fun part of the challenge. You can look pretty benign to the eye. And
oh, yeah.
Guys get up there and face the difficulty. Siwoo Kim was way over the green at 16. Nice up and down to stay at 2 under. Now trying to get up and down again.
Yeah, and shouldn't be a difficult pitch shot at all for him. It's just a matter of controlling the pace as it crests this little slope here. But that comes up well short.
Now the third for Griffin after the awkward second.
Yeah, this is actually a better spot to miss it in than a little more to his right, because it gives him plenty of green to work with. That's well done.
Back to 17, Rico Hoey. PGA Championship debut, 29-year-old. Born in the Philippines, grew up in California, played his college golf out there at USC. Took a while to get to the PGA Tour. Finally broke through on the Korn Ferry Tour, Theater Tour last April. And now in his first full year, making just his second major championship start.
Yeah, you see how far left he's playing this out. Believe it or not far enough left.
'18th fairway, Torbjorn Olesen.
Yeah, looks like it's headed a little to the right. Well done. It's a good play. His expectations are definitely higher than mine.
Well, if he had seen what we have all day long, he'd be thrilled.
True, that's absolutely true.
Siwoo Kim. Got the long putter this week. Never know which one will come out of the bag with Siwoo Kim.
In fact, he had 2 of them in the bag at Philadelphia Cricket first round. That's true.
Yeah. Yeah, last week. There's a conversation actually here at Quail Hollow, President's Cup a few years ago, with Adam Scott, who's one of the pioneers of the broomstick. It's worked really well for him. He's told Siwoo to try it. He did. It worked for a little bit. And then he decided to go back to the old traditional blade. That wasn't really working, so it's always teeter-tottering back and forth. Leads to a bogey here because his ball striking is always great, Susie. It's the putter that's the hiccup.
We actually counted 5 different putting grips in the same round.
Oh,
2 putters
goodness.
and 5 different grips.
Wow. The Englishman Harry Hall back on the tee at 16. He's 4 under, just 4 back. 7th hole of his second round.
This might actually work out for him. It just needs to settle down. Yeah, that's just fine.
Sam Stevens for back-to-back green mile birdies.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I don't think he meant to be left to this whole location, but he's going to capitalize on it, that's for sure.
What a stretch. Sam Stevens, birdies at 16 and 17. And now 3 under today, 3 in a row for Sam Stevens. Really impressive stretch.
Just parring 16 through 18 would gain about a stroke 0.3 on the field. So birdieing, we're now at 3.3 on the field.
Superstar stuff there from Sam Stevens.
Ay, ay, ay.
That hurts.
That sure does. Playing great and hit a beautiful pitch shot. That one just got away.
Pushes him 4 back. First blemish of the second round for Ben Griffin. At the 18th, the rookie Carl Phillips for birdie. Tough go at it here at his first PGA Championship.
Yeah, but fun to watch him play this year.
Oh, very fun. Already has a win, did that in Puerto Rico, and you talk about life changing, it most certainly was, because he came into the year sort of conditional status in the rookie season. Now his job secure for the next couple of years. He'll compete for major championships. And see the apparel. He's wearing Tiger Woods company.
Yeah.
Tiger's not going to latch to just any Cardinals.
Sure, yeah, that's right.
Something about the prospects.
How about that phone call, right?
Oh, yeah.
You'd hang up and try to act all cool, right?
Yeah.
And then hang up and be like, guess what I did.
How awesome would that have been? Olson's got a chance.
Yeah, this falls off quickly to the right. Have to get this enough pace on the left side. Just haven't seen anybody really do that. And that's because of that. This is such a quick putt. If you give it more pace, you can get well past. You just have to play tons of break out to the left and let it die into that cup.
Lead you back to the tee. Man of the moment, dominating the green mile, Sam Stevens.
Yeah, I didn't get a great feel that he had a great idea of what he was doing there, but let's hope he proves me wrong. Yeah, this is a beauty. Sure did. That's one of the best we've seen all day.
Automatic right now. Yesterday there were 11 players who played the green mile under par, but nobody that had multiple green mile birdies. After the bogey at 16, Ben Griffin 4 back at 4 under.
Yeah, this starting outside that 7 on that camera tower and just staying there.
He's in the heart of it right now. 3 of the 4 toughest holes on property today. It was a par for Olson up at the 18th, so you're ranked 1 over, trying to make the cut with 9 holes left. Into the 16th fairway with the Englishman Harry Hall. Working with Henry Diana. Pretty new relationship formed on the bag.
Yeah, 236 in. Caught the fairway, but quite a bit shorter than, or more in than we've seen. So even though this is slightly down, this is probably a 4-iron. Interesting. He looks like from our angle, he's set right at it. I was expecting to go left to right into here, but he's going out well to the right. That address did not make sense. And that isn't going to be fun at all. It'll be fun for us to watch.
That sums up the Green Mile, my friend. Don't go anywhere. We got the trials and tribulations of Harry Hall coming up. Friday at the PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow Club. We're only about 7 miles away from the NASCAR Hall of Fame, so fitting that you can go 5 wide here in Charlotte. All the options, all the action for you. Wall-to-wall coverage on ESPN+, featured groups, the featured holes, and we are thrilled to have your company here at the 107th PGA Championship. Some big names lurking, all trying to make the weekend. Rory McIlroy just completed that career Grand Slam. He is battling, as is defending champ Xander Schauffele. Scotty Scheffler's making a little bit of a move. And we'll be here at the Green Mile until they and the rest of the field make their way through. Green side at the par 3 17th. Lee Hodges, Bobby Gates, and Ben Griffin, where Griffin will be first. Maybe going through the process of taking some relief. Got Bobby Gates, one of the 20 PGA professionals, PGA Director of Instruction at the Summit Golf School in the Woodlands, Texas, in this group.
Yeah, the Corbridge Financial team of 20. Excited to have him representing the Northern Texas section. I hope I got that right. Is the Woodlands in the Southern Texas section or the Northern Texas section? That would be embarrassing for me.
Texas, you got that right.
Apologize to my fellow PGA professionals that are nodding their heads saying I should know where the Woodlands is.
Just outside of Houston, coming out of that Southern Texas section.
There
Bobby
we
Gates
go.
is making his PGA Championship debut, tied for 15th at the 2025 PGA Professional Championship. Actually played on the Korn Ferry Tour and the PGA Tour a little bit. Made 35 cuts and 101 career starts.
Yeah, so Ben's finished taking relief from that drain. And, you know, we've seen a couple pitches over here that truly have not been stellar. And I think it's just because where he stood right there, when they're there, it feels very steep and quick. And so they're bringing it to that point, expecting it to travel down to the hole location. It's just not. It's just very sticky right there. So we'll have to wait and see what Ben sees and does.
We just made bogey to begin the green mile there at the 16th. He's just 4 shots off the lead early in his second round. Now in the middle portion of the round. Tough stretch of holes.
He gave that a little more than we've seen, which is nice. That's well done.
'18th fairway, Siwoo Kim. Just a moment ago.
Mud bowl. Mud bowl. Do something with the mud bowl.
Well, we know how he feels about the mud balls.
Yeah. Patience being tested for Siwoo Kim. 1 under par right now, but he's got to scramble there at the 18th to avoid heading the wrong direction. Doesn't have many to play with. Tough one, Harry Hall.
Yeah, this has to go sky high, which it did.
Oh!
Oh, he almost dunked it. That would have been tremendous.
Sam Stevens now the 18th. He's birdied both green mile holes.
Yeah, that's well done.
And that's for a clean sweep if it goes down. Well placed for Sam Stevens. In control of his game right now. Well, let's see what Bobby Gates can do on this 30-footer.
Yeah, you take a look at that start line, 6 feet 7 inches out to the right. It's a 29-foot putt. That's the line he wants to take. So when you're thinking about putting and you're thinking about where you're starting the golf ball, typically it has to be even farther on a right to left breaking putt right than you think.
You got momentum birdie and a memory to take home. Birdie in the heart of the green mile. Should lead to a par there for Gates. 10 holes left in his week. And now Ben Griffin with 5 feet left for par. Susie, his story well documented. Played at North Carolina, was toiling through the professional ranks, running out of funding, and then actually quit professional golf back in 2021, took a job as a mortgage loan officer and was working a typical 9-to-5 office job. That was in April. In July, one morning he accidentally drove to the golf course instead of the office, said that was his sign to give his dream a shot again. Ben Griffin worked his way all the way to the PGA Tour last month, became a first-time PGA Tour winner. And now in his home state of North Carolina, 3 hours away from where he was born, raised, and bred, he is in the hunt at a major championship.
That was very good. Tar, you're born in a tar. Do I need to sing? Okay, I'll let it go. Yeah, no, it's such a cool story and so inspiring for so many people who just try and do everything right and don't feel like they're going to get there. Try something else. And man, it takes guts to say, you know what, I'm going to give it another go. And that's exactly what he did.
Rah-rah Carolina indeed. Gets up and down, stays 4 under. This will be a great up and down for Harry Hall to stay 3 under.
Yeah, an incredible up and down, but unable to do so. You see that flag there? It's getting a little windy out there. Certainly it's picking up since we began with you today.
Another green mile casualty. bogey for Harry Hall. All right, let's give your Tar Heels some more love. Ryan Gerard, another great story. He was one of the low rounds yesterday, 1 under here in round 2, just 2 back.
Yeah, we're in the Tar Heel blue.
And in the fairway, beginning the green mile, Ryan Gerard 2 shots off the lead late on Friday here at the 107th PGA Championship. Was a blast, my friend. Big thanks to our wonderful crew here in Charlotte. Mark Donaldson, Carl Paulson tagging in. They'll take you the rest of the way on cut day at the 107th PGA Championship.
Day 2 at the 107th PGA Championship here at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. A Venezuelan still in the lead. Jonathan Vegas, after a really good round today of 70. Could have been better up until the end, but he's got a 2-shot lead from a Frenchman and 2 Americans, and it's tight on the leaderboard below them. We will see a lot of those names on our feature holes coverage here on Friday in Charlotte. Mark Donaldson, Carl Paulson. Mr. Paulson, why would you rather be here than in the middle of the ocean fishing?
Fishing does sound nice, but we only get 4 of these a year, so let's enjoy it while we have it.
I love that. We'll just use your photo from 2002. Is that okay?
That's correct.
That's perfectly fine. No issues whatsoever. Seen some good golf, and hopefully we will get more. 16, 17, and 18. This is moments ago. And that needs to be played higher than that. And Stevens would go on to make his par and remain at 3 under. Now, Gerard's second.
Gonna take it right at that 16 and try and fade it back to this flagstick.
Line going very well.
Playing some great golf this year.
Thank you to Mayan and to Susie, to Stephen and Jane this morning. We're on 17 with Harry Hall.
Unbelievable up and down at 16. And a beauty here at 17.
What do you think of this pin placement today?
I like it.
It's good, right?
I like it with the up tee. Give these guys an opportunity to hit one close. Also still very dangerous if you don't make a great swing.
This is Ryan Gerard live on 16, 35.5 feet.
Yeah, there's so many times out here where a par is a great score. All 3 of these featured holes today is the case. And unless you putt like that, good putt.
The course a lot drier today. Walked 9 this afternoon and no squelching under your feet at all. The drainage system is absolutely fantastic. Of course, on the green with the sub-air.
Well, if you tee off on the back 9 here on the 10th hole, when you get to the start of this green mile, you've got about a 6-7 hole stretch that are about as tough as it gets on this golf course. So if you tee off on the back, hopefully you're playing nicely in the middle of your round.
Different type of putt, but it's got a chance. Very hot today, not too humid. 1 or 2 drops of moisture from the sky, but didn't come to anything. The wind getting up a little bit around this area on 17T. Nothing too bad. Very calm conditions.
It was pretty sticky earlier when the sun was out, but I think the clouds covering up the sun has made it a little bit more bearable.
Yeah, I had a word. You couldn't have a Scotsman walking 9 holes. And there's not a factor high enough for that. Rory McIlroy's still out there. Sunscreen on. Ben Griffin with a puzzle to solve.
This is going to be a tough shot just to get it back in play.
Just clipped the tree. Whenever you see the porta cabin in the background of any shot when you're covering golf, you know you're a little bit off radar.
Yeah, this 18th hole is so difficult.
I really like the pin placement today on 18 front left, because when it's up the back, you don't really have an advantage whether you're right of the fairway, left of the fairway, but if you're wide right of this fairway or center, you've got a decent angle. Just keep it to the right of the pin, and if your yardage is good, you should be fine.
Yeah, everything slopes back to that left-hand side, so you can use the bank to get it a little closer. Perfect drive for Lee Hodges.
And 66. That'll work. Really good finishing hole. 18 here at Quail Hollow. Let's take a look at it from the skies. And from the tee box, you cannot see the left side of the green. A little bit of a dog leg to the left. That stream comes into play, but we've seen a few car way right, and that's where you don't want to be.
Yeah, way right is bad. You've just got to cowboy up, hit a good shot here off this tee. If you do, you can turn this into a birdie hole. If you don't, you'll be struggling for par, sometimes even bogey. Our leader made a double here earlier today.
Cowboy up. I like that.
Sometimes you just got to stand up there and rip one down the middle.
Very little difference in our accents here. Okay, the adventures continue. For Ben. 163.
All right.
Better than his face suggested.
Yeah, it's just about managing the damage now.
This is moments ago on 16, Marco Penge.
That's a really good look here. Fall slightly to the right when it slows down. Stay up. Nice.
Going along rather nicely. Level with Scotty Scheffler and a few others at 4 under. Bobby Gates with his second at 18 from 154. These greens are in such good condition this week.
Yeah, they're in great shape. Getting them finally to dry out after all that rain we've had over the last week and a half here in the Charlotte area.
Monday was interesting, wasn't it?
Monday and Tuesday were interesting.
Good look at the 17th. Today, the tee has been brought forward. Playing 185 today. It played 227 yesterday. .42 yards further forward. With a pin now front left rather than back left.
Yeah, Harry played the shot into the green exactly the way you want to. About 20 feet right of the hole, landed about 6 or 7 paces short and let the contour of the green get the ball close to the hole.
Everybody has their own idiosyncrasies when awaiting a putt and how to try and read it.
A lot of players utilizing the Aim Point Express.
Good lad.
It's a heck of a 2 there.
He's at 4 under. Back to 18.
That'll be left for bogey for Griffin.
Let's go to 17. Saw the birdie putt converted by Marco Penge.
This is a perfect yardage for this front left hole location. Mostly 7 irons for these guys. This is aggressive.
That'll be an interesting second because you've got that ridge now in play.
Saw a couple putts from that distance earlier today, and that ball breaks quite a bit from left to right. Also aggressive line. Now spin.
Very steady from Ryan Gerard. Bobby Gates from 38 feet.
Excellent touch.
Great pace. Won't be around for the weekend, but great experience. The Corbridge Financial team of 20 PGA professionals.
Unfortunately, I'm not sure if we're going to see any of them around this weekend, but as you mentioned, it is a massive success to even get to this championship.
Somebody we will see the weekend is Harry Hall.
It's a little kick to the left. Oh, man, that was a terrible kick.
The other left.
Yeah, his left, not our left.
Exactly. Ryan Fox. Grant Fox, his dad, a very famous rugby player for the All Blacks, New Zealand. Grant is now known as Ryan's dad, with Ryan doing well in the golfing world, as opposed to Ryan being Grant's son.
Very interesting week last week at Myrtle Beach on Saturday. Shot 3 under par with 6 bogeys.
Okay. Don't want to undo so much of the good work that you've done already, if you're Ben Griffin.
There's a lot of people that are going to be making bogey on this hole, but doubles are what you got to stay away from in major championships.
Well done, Ben. The damage is only minimal compared to what it could have been. It's our feature holes coverage on day 2 of the 107th PGA Championship. Mark Donaldson alongside Carl Paulson taking us home on this beautiful Friday. And it's a Venezuelan with a 2-shot lead.
Carly, my wife, she's been my rock. I actually met her at Level 1 seminars. We've been down this road, and she's been super supportive of everything that I do, and I obviously support everything that she wants.
We joke all the time and say that any PGA is better than our wedding. Now we have 2 of these. You only have 1 wedding, now we have 2 PGA Championships. For us, a wedding is 1 day. Yes, we're surrounded by friends and family, but to us, the PGA is our family, so we're very, very excited.
So between the 2 of us, we cover a lot of different bases within the PGA of America, and I couldn't be more thrilled to be able to share this with her.
Lovely story. And one of 2 assistant pros from Long Island, Dylan, along with Andre Chi, in this PGA Championship. And here he is.
Very nice.
So many cool stories like that, Carl, isn't there?
Yeah, it's look, this is their championship. This is their opportunity to play in a major championship, stack their games up against the best players in the world.
Missed the cut here 3 years ago. Greg Koch judging that pretty well.
Very nice. Dylan Newman, who we just heard from, is currently the low club professional. 6 over.
Have you played the course where Greg is the PGA assistant professional, the Ritz-Carlton Golf Club in Grand Lakes, Orlando?
I sure have. Very good course.
We've had a good run of at least one making the cut in the last few years, but not to be this time. Dylan Newman is the best so far. That's 6 over. Tyler Collet, who ran away with qualifying PGA Professional Championship, 78 for him today. A few of these names we've heard from previous PGA Championships: Larkin Gross and of course Michael Blanc. Here's Dylan again. 16 from 5 feet.
Putt will go slightly to the left.
Always so important as well to have a supportive family in this game of golf. To 17, this ridge comes into play for Marco.
Yeah, he's got to take it way up on that left-hand side.
Up further than that. Holes 16, 17, and 18 on our feature holes coverage. And we'll show you more golf when we come back from Charlotte. PGA Junior League is bringing friends, families and communities together through golf, all with expert PGA and LPGA coaching. Find a team near you now. Just head to pgajuniorleague.com. To 18.
Fantastic way to get the youngsters into the game.
Yeah.
Oh, after that terrible kick to the right, Harry Hall. Second will be looking right at this flag for sure. That sounded like really nice contact. Well, I guess not. That sounded good.
It did. Okay. I do appreciate the headgear. Ryan Gerard for his par. Short time ago. 17, nicely done. Second shot of Ryan Fox, just under 200 yards.
Love those homemade swings. Easy now.
That's a long way away when you pan out and you still don't see the flag.
It's the right side of the green to miss on today, though.
So if you're on the right side of the fairway on 16 to a right pin placement and you normally play a draw, that would obviously bring the bunker in. What would you recommend?
Just trying to get it to the front edge, and that way you're taking the water completely out of play. If you're trying to hit a shot that goes against the grain of your normal shot shape, and you catch one that starts going the other way and it's got enough energy to make it to the water, you just got to get it to the front edge, get your 2-putt and get out of there. There's a lot of times where you just have to abide by those yellow cautions and the red light flags.
The overhead from 16, 50 feet down from the tee to the Peninsula Green. It's a big one, 7,840 square feet, the largest putting surface on the course. Let's go back to 18, third shot from 46 yards from the left intermediate for Harry Hall.
Being in that intermediate cut gives him a little cushion underneath the ball. Try and stop this with elevation instead of spin. Which by that rehearsal looks like exactly what he's going to do. That's a big swing from 46 yards.
Try to land it softly.
Oh, too soft.
I want that one back. Made a bit of a mess of this, Harry. That's not easy.
No, he's going to have to contend with that higher grass behind the golf ball.
Back on the tee, someone going very well, tied for second, Ryan Gerard.
He's going to take it at the creek, try and get it to fall to the right.
Stay right there. Stay right there. Dude, what are you doing? Get out of the fairway.
Was the ball being referred to as dude, or was someone wandering across in the path? We shall find out. Try and clear that one up for you. Just 2 shots off the lead and tied for second, Ryan Gerard, along with Matt Fitzpatrick. Good to see him back in form. Alex Smalley, who was the last in the field because Sahi Thigala pulled out injured. And Mathieu Pavon with a great round today of 65. Nick Dunlap on 18.
Oh, it does stay right there. That's hard to believe.
We shall leave the green and head back to the tee for Marco Penge. So many different ways you can play your tee shot off 18, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a great tee shot because you've got to hit a good one, but you're absolutely right. You can take it at the bunker on the right and try and draw it back to the fairway, or take it down the creek line and let it fall back to the right.
What would you do?
I was a fader, so I'd take it down the creek line and let it fall to the right.
You say was. You still are, dear boy.
The body doesn't work quite as well as it used to.
Tell me about it. This old age is rubbish.
Really hard to hit a fade when your body doesn't work.
Start calling your body dude.
Yeah, more of a straight ball or fall to the left kind of guy now.
Grip it and re-grip it.
Grip it and tap it.
Yeah, no ripping at our age. We've seen some stances on this 18th hole this week, and Tristan Lawrence has just got to work out what's best for him. Playing it off the back foot. And look where he's looking, because that's where he's aiming. And he's going to try and bring this one around. Use the slope to his advantage here. Does he hit it high enough?
My goodness. Needed another 8 or 10 feet into the green for it to break down toward the hole.
This for a routine par.
Seen crazier things happen.
Yeah. Oh, he nearly did.
Catches an edge.
Goodness me. We shall leave 18 and return very quickly. But first on 16, Ryan Fox.
Oh, yeah, nicely judged.
So we've got microphones all around 18, but what they don't really pick up, there's a humdrum. It's really noisy when you're up there. It's Friday afternoon and there's hospitality. I would be disappointed if it wasn't noisy.
Yeah, I would too. And if there's a hum and there's a bunch of people talking, a couple hundred, couple thousand, whatever it is, that's not going to bother these players. It's the one voice.
That's the problem.
Or the one commode door, whatever it is, that's the problem.
Dunlap. Everything just breaking off to the left.
It's been a struggle for Nick as of late on the golf course.
The talent's there. The form right now, not quite. From 18 to 16. Just inside 4 feet for Ryan Fox. Well done.
That's a nice up and down.
Some beautiful golf courses and some fantastic wine in New Zealand. I mean, what more do you want? So after the funky third shot, 18 feet for par.
We are seeing a lot of bogeys on the 18th hole right now.
Oh, that looked good. nothing's guaranteed come Sunday when the leaders stand on the 18th tee, regardless of how big the lead is. 8 birdies on this toughest hole on the course today. 52, 30 bogeys and 22 others have come away from this hole with their score not in as good position as it was when they teed off.
67 over par. That's more than double over par than every other hole on the golf course except for number 2 today. Really tough hole location on 2 today.
Oh, yeah. So many are not getting up on 2 and then rolling all the way back down. Harry for bogey. Well done. Moments to go on 17. Dylan Newman. Wow. It's a groin strain waiting to happen.
Boy, he's going to have to chop down on this.
So good. These are not things you practice on a Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Not things you really ever get to practice. Convert on that par now.
Well done. Nice way to head to break. Yes, enjoy it, Dylan. We shall return to see how he gets on his next hole. The one by Gerard. Just dropping into the bunker. But far enough left so that the overhanging branches of the trees on the right shouldn't be an issue.
Yeah, also have a left hole location, so it shouldn't be too bad. Boy, those run-ups, the aprons that run up to the green are rolling so smooth and fast.
Marco from 147.
Beautiful drive.
That'll work.
Good safe second shot. That putt's pretty straight coming down that hill. Very quick, though.
Yesterday, holes 16 through 18, the Green Mile combined to play to 171 over par. Putting that into context, the first 15 holes played to 103 over par. Someone who's taking total advantage of an opportunity. Didn't think he was playing Alex Smalley until Sahith Theegala pulled out.
Alex Smalley was definitely the best player that was not in this field prior to getting in. The way that he's been playing this year.
I mean, it's not like there's any history of alternates in the PGA Championship doing anything, is there? Ryan Fox on 17. Every time you're reminded of what happened to John Daly, the song I Drove All Night by Roy Orbison comes into mind.
That's such a great story.
That's a great view of 18. And there's where the noise is coming from, the hospitality tents and areas. Gives you a good idea as well. And TV does flatten down hills and mounds and various things, but that was a good look from out wide, as is that third shot for Ryan Gerard. Doesn't want to undo the good stuff so far. That'll work.
Yeah, that leaves the easiest putt. Little right edge putt.
Yeah, you don't want that back at your feet, and that's, we've seen that today. Ask those who birdie or par this hole if it's a good pin position, and they'll say, yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Bump and run. That's good from Greg.
Ladies and gentlemen, please help me in welcoming from Florida.
I like the tradition from PGA Championship. When you reach the 18th green, you get welcomed onto it, not by anybody with a microphone, though.
Definitely like the fact that they're letting everybody know who's coming up.
Yeah,
a lot of these guys won't be around for the weekend and won't get that recognition.
Only done once all three balls are on the green.
Most everybody has missed this putt on the right-hand side, thinking it's going to go toward the front of the green.
Give it a chance.
That's a good solid par, though.
You take it standing on the tee, if offered. His first 9 holes, very steady indeed. And that's what it's about for players that are kind of about the 1 under, 2 under right now. Make sure your misses are good misses.
Yeah, it's a weird area to be, because if you make a couple of bogeys, you start flirting with the cut line. If you make a couple of birdies, you start flirting with contention.
Yep. Where to miss is just as important. This is a big putt for Ryan. 4 feet 11 inches.
That was not very difficult putt. Pulled that right off the get-go.
lot of the time you can ask the question, misread or mishit. It just wasn't a good shot.
Anytime you see a ball miss on the low side and go that far by, it's more than likely not a good stroke.
And after a 64, Max Homa has been sat at 5 under par, all on his own for quite some time. He's now joined by Ryan Gerard, who drops from tied second. Ryan Fox, birdie putt on 17.
Yeah, this is a very quick putt.
You see so many players just kind of change the angle so they can see what the putt is going to do coming back. 16 and 3 drives that are all in play, and still a long way home. Last week's success this week, Seb Straka from 217. If Shane hadn't missed the one back, would Straka have made his short one?
I mean, the way he putted last week, you got to think so. Second one over for the championship.
Probably going to have to find a couple of shots, Max McGreevy. One over right now is the cut line. He's 3 over. Top 70 and ties with the 10 shot of the leader rule not in operation. Okay, 196 to go for Alex Smalley.
Love this transition. No rush at the top of this swing. Oh, he likes it. He likes it.
Take that. And we will come back and see if Alex Smalley can get to 7 under, which would be second all alone and just 1 shot behind Johnny Vegas. Back here on the Friday, day 2. So at the start of the week, we're Googling Kardashian comps. Then yesterday it was mud ball stuff, and now it's snapping turtles. You wouldn't think we were at a golf tournament.
And a snake crossing the 18th fairway earlier today, and I said, burn it down and start over.
Do not like snakes. What are they doing here? Other things to be doing.
Oh, fantastic shot.
Love that.
Oh, that had all kinds of spin on it.
You didn't want to be too far off course when we did the PGA at Kiowa. A few alligators lurking on way to the media dining. We just get bears up in New England. A little bit different down here.
That cut line looks like it is staying strong at 1 over par.
We'll be back at 16 shortly, but I'm going to show you Ryan Fox on 18. That'll do nicely.
Oh, yeah.
It's like one of his dad's kicks for the All Black rugby team.
I'll tell you what, that is just sheer power and strength right there. Does it with a homemade swing.
Whatever floats your boat.
Absolutely. Very shut at the top of his swing. Kind of holds that club from turning over down through impact. A lot of ways to get it done in this game.
Look at the top of your screen. A rake, a caddy, and a turtle walk into a bar. It's Friday. It's nearly past 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, there's golf going on, but if we can keep that wide shot, McGreevy can hopefully make his birdie, but we need to find out about this turtle.
Yeah, as soon as the putt's over, it shouldn't be that hard to give him a little lift.
He's maybe just chilling, facing the other way, so he's not too keen on what McGreevy does. We shall try and revisit that and see if we can provide an update on Turtle Gate.
This putt will break to the left as it slows down. That's just a misread right there.
Oof. It's one that you'll want back, Max McGreevy.
Not very happy with the line or the speed on that one.
See the turtle. He's just chilling. He's not going anywhere. Oh. So we had this issue yesterday, and the play was not suspended, but it was stopped a little bit so that the footprints or the claws or whatever snapping turtles have.
That's a soft shell turtle.
Oh, we have an expert beside it.
That's a soft shell turtle.
Now, what's the difference?
It's the shell obviously is soft, but let's see if Smalley can convert on this birdie. I was expecting it to go right as well, and it doesn't. Well, we have the luxury of watching it all day long.
Exactly.
He doesn't.
Well, he could. It's not like we weren't on air earlier this morning. 16, 17, and 18, our feature holes coverage.
That's a good point.
I would imagine a snapping turtle is a bit more vicious, right?
Yes. Yeah, that's a soft shell. It's just got to get him back to the water. He'll be fine.
Yeah. Seamus Power on 17. As we leave Turtle TV and return to the golf.
Good swing there. Look out.
That'll work. Wow.
One of the best of the day right there.
3 feet 9 inches away. Seamus. What's the most random animal that's interfered with your golf game while playing in Florida?
Well, obviously, alligators. Alligators, you just you let them take their time and go wherever they want to go.
So the turtle's clearly interested in the tee box on 17 and doesn't really care too much about behind him the green at 16. Meanwhile, the poor caddies, as they come through, see footprints in the bunker and have to rake. Back to the golf.
After that beautiful bunker shot by Sepp Straka. Pretty straight putt here.
It sounds simple, doesn't it? Just par 17 and 18 to be here for the weekend. But when 17 and 18 make up 2/3 of the green mile, not as easy as
no. Put the ball in the middle of the green at 17 and hit the fairway at 18, though. You'll have a good chance to do just that.
Okay, we've got one of our featured groups. Koepka, Fowler, and Lowry. Shane and Brooks are way right. Ricky's got a good angle in.
Yeah, that's exactly where you want to hit from.
260.
He's starting to swing the club a little bit better. This needs to get left, though. Oh, boy. Wow.
Oh, so he's got to get over the bunker, over the turtle. He short-sided himself.
I saw Harry Hall get up and down from there just a few moments ago as he came through, but that is a wide miss.
The best of the three off the tee, and then that. Shane up on the hill, ball above his feet.
Got some marquee names in this PGA Championship, just trying to stick around for the weekend.
Brooks is already hit, so this is Shane's second. 206. Okay, he's got a hit over the turtle as well. Turtle's had enough of what's going on in 17-tee. More interested now the big boys are heading his way on what's happening on 16. We shall be seeing shortly Phil Mickelson, Tommy Fleetwood, and Jason Day. We'll also see John Rahm, Patrick Cantlay, and Matt Fitzpatrick, and Rory McIlroy, Xander Schauffele, and Scotty Scheffler, all still to come on our featured holes coverage. The Green Mile, which is 0.7 of a mile, 16, 17, and 18. And John's in Vegas with a 2-shot lead over 3 players: Matt Fitzpatrick, Matthew Pavone, and Alex Smalley. But there's a whole host of names that are within touching distance of the top of the leaderboard on day 2 at Quail Hollow.
Players are doing math now. Trying to figure out the cut line. Teetering on the edge.
Oh, God, that's so bad.
Pride on the line.
He's putting his weekend on the line with his shot.
And lots of money, too.
that's going to end up wet.
This is the second round of the PGA Championship.
Right now, +1 will be the cut line, but as we've seen on Friday afternoon in many golf tournaments, things can change. But as Carl Paulson was saying, it's sticking there pretty rigidly right now. Sepp Straka, 17.
Pretty solid at tied for 59. Sepp trying to bring this in from the right. He's going to have to do it again out of the bunker.
Lowry just hit his third.
Shane Lowry, Ricky Fowler, Sepp Straka, all of these players played well last week in Philadelphia. Smalley, the last man in the field, taking advantage.
Extremely calm conditions. Stick around a little bit more. Get up and down from there. Ryan Fox second to 18. See if we can get this close.
Beautiful tee shot. Green light special here.
He likes it.
And he should.
Oh! And that's why.
Dancing around that hole.
Back to Turtle TV. Okay. So snapping turtles are known for their large, powerful jaws and aggressive behavior. Soft-shelled turtles have a flattened, leathery shell and a long-snouted head. Can he get far enough?
They're very hard to pick up. That's the problem. Nobody wants to pick up a soft shell turtle.
Strong neck muscles. Just trying to see what's left in this putt. Just trying to provide some assistance here.
And he's got a front row view for this par putt. By Shane Lowry. Sitting at 1 over par.
That magic number. There's a lot of players at 1 over.
This is Ricky Fowler, Sepp Straka, Rory McIlroy from
23 feet.
Yeah, the problem now is he knows he's going to need to make a birdie.
On one of them, yep. It's funny because in some tournaments, you know you kind of need a par to get you into the weekend, but if you're one of the last out, it's your bogey that keeps you in the tournament, but also keeps everyone else at the one shot below you in the tournament as well, because the cut line moves. Fowler.
And Fowler in the same boat. Going to drop one at 16. That's going to move him to 2 over.
So that might be enough, the two of them, because there were 71 players at +1 or better. Now there's going to be 69 with both of these two making at least bogey.
That's right.
So that would be the 2 overs getting in.
Oh,
Ricky.
Goodness gracious, Ricky. Now he's just put himself way behind the 8 ball. Yeah, you're right. Just 2 away.
I mean, it's moving all the time with players out on the course. But from 71, these two, especially Ricky, making a mess from close range. Even at 2 over par.
And on the other side, we've got 2 pretty easy holes in 7 and 8 before a very difficult hole at the 9th. But so the 8th hole, or excuse me, the 9th hole and the 18th hole are 2 of the hardest holes in the golf course, and we've got that's where these guys are going to be ending their rounds. So certainly don't think it's going to go the other way.
Brooks doesn't have to worry about the weekend here. Disappointing.
Brooks is struggling all week long. He's been out on that range for a good amount of time, trying to figure it out, just couldn't get it done.
Just a boy in his turtle.
Well, at least he's going the right direction now. Get that thing back in the water.
For bogey. Who knows if +2 will be enough, but he's got to be thinking of making a birdie on either 17 or 18. Say bye-bye. What's happened to Brooks?
It's just he's struggling right now. I watched him hit balls on the range a little bit on Tuesday, a little bit on Wednesday as well, and the ball's falling left, and that drives him crazy. He likes to see that ball fall to the right. He just could not get that ball to fall to the right. By the way, with that those two players that you mentioned, 2 overs tied for 70th now.
There you go.
And there's only 15 players at 2 overs, so. A lot of golf still to be played.
Yeah, 2.5 hours time when the final putt is sunk. Then we'll be able to tell you if it's +1 or +2. Meanwhile, up the other end of the leaderboards, Alex Smalley.
This is an interesting play. I'd like to hit a wedge here because you can control how far the ball goes with some spin. I just think that was the wrong club selection. Got some pretty heavy hitters that are not going to be around for the weekend that are finished. Justin Thomas, Ludwig Ober, Hideki Matsuyama.
To 16. The duck in the background. Here's Jason Day with his second shot from 228 in the left rock.
Almost pulled that off. It's not a bad miss. Struggling with a neck injury, a disc in his neck. Pulled out of last week.
Everything he seems to struggle with ailment-wise is related to the spine, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, he's made a lot of nice changes in trying to get that spine a little bit more neutral at impact. Not have that big wraparound finish, kind of abbreviate that finish a little bit.
It's a busy outfit that Tommy's wearing.
Yeah. Tommy's playing some good golf as well.
2 under, 2:14 left.
And his 40th top 10 finish last week.
Got his trusty companion on his bag as usual, Ian Finnis.
He likes to draw the ball, so expect him to start this right edge of the TV tower, bring it back to the left edge. Oh, he got aggressive. That was an accident. Wow. That's a big mishit there.
As Carl said, a questionable choice of club for his second, leaves him with this, and as a result he's going to drop one. And then there were 2 behind Johnny Vegas, Matt Fitzpatrick and Mathieu Pavon. Just shows you, doesn't it? You can go along, meander, fine, no issues whatsoever, but one bad decision can just take you totally off kilter. Ryan Fox on 18, well done.
Yeah, that's a really nice birdie. That's elite matching too. Got the shirt and the grip to match.
There you go. Well done. Good lad. So they're done. Off to sign their scorecards. We shall return to 16, 17, and 18. There's some big names on our featured holes coverage. Well, they're not as tough as they were earlier today, because 18 was 1, 17 was 2, and 16 was 4. But they're still really tough. Toughest hole on the course, the last. The third hardest at 17th. And the fourth hardest, 16, this Green Mile. Causing headaches for many. Shane Lowry on 17. Played some really good stuff last week in Philadelphia. That one didn't prove very difficult. That will come around quite a bit off the ridge. Back to Portrush for the Open Championship this year. Tommy's third on 16. Fantastic.
Well, he is just an all-around good player. Nothing super flashy, nothing that he's lacking.
So where's he in the conversation of best player currently who hasn't won a major in the men's game?
Well, we can certainly put him at the top of the list of best players to not have won on the PGA Tour.
Yeah.
No question about that. I think he's in the conversation with the no majors.
Day's third shot. Let's go to 18T. And after that drop shot from Alex Smalley, can he bounce back?
Oh boy,
goodness. That's Victor Hovland territory.
Oh, that is
wow. Okay,
really unlucky right there.
Well, it's dry, but that's about the only positive you can say. Back to 16.
We'll definitely need to drop that. Nowhere to go with that one as a righty.
Line and length required for Phil.
Got the line.
250 to 1 at Keo Island. He defied not only Father Time but the bookmakers as well. A sensational win. Okay, average proximity today of just under 39 feet. That's what our three in this group have done.
Look at all those bogeys out of that front bunker.
Yeah. If Ricky misses the cut by 1, we'll think back to 16. And that missed putt.
Yeah, it seemed like an odd time to lose focus for just a split second.
Did.
Oof. Oh boy.
You've just given me that kind of look that I get normally from my wife.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
That's okay. It's that kind of what's happening here. Look, this is what's happening because he doesn't really have an option. There's no alternative.
Yeah, nice.
I mean, I deserve the look that she gives me when I get it. I hadn't seen it for a while. That was all. That's what kind of befuddled me. So, oh, that's not good.
Like, what have I done?
Yes, exactly. What have I done? But didn't really have an option.
I didn't think it was possible for a ball to stop where his did.
So standing on 16T, he was 1 over par. Moments ago. Where are you heading? So you know it's a soft-shelled turtle, which is not easy to say. Do you know if it's male or female?
No, I do not.
Okay, I don't want to refer to it as a he or she.
The shell moving a little bit. Come on, you got it.
Come on. Oh, we shall return. John Rahm on 16. That's what you tuned in for.
Maybe John Rahm will help him out. Beautiful tee shot.
You said they're hard to pick up.
Oh my goodness,
that is a
322.
long way. That's Bryson-esque. He's going all right, 2 under. Not many people speaking about John's game coming into this one, but just going along very nicely. Matt Fitzpatrick's turn. 6 under par. And that will work.
Yeah, nice to see Matt playing some good golf.
Yeah, right.
183 ball speed.
US Open champion.
Very left-hand side of the fairway. Perfect angle.
It's mainly right to left.
Come on. You can do it.
Go.
Come on. See, this is when we find out if he or she missed or was attentive on leg day.
This is where you need the rake.
No, come on, you can do it. Oh, that's not a bad vantage point.
Shane Lowry's going to have to play this a good 6 or 7 feet left of the hole.
So from our graphic, 30 feet 9 inches for birdie. That had a chance.
I think that roar that I just heard sounded kind of turtleish. Oh, let's go.
He's or she is out of the bunker.
Now exhausted, too tired to walk across the green.
But good view of Cantlay and Fitzpatrick and Rahm, and still to come McIlroy, Scheffler, Schauffele, Højgaard, Connors, and Lee. Apparently we have the moment. Ready for this?
One last push.
Good strength in the right leg, left leg. Excellent work. Good job. Doesn't get much better than that, Carl Paulson.
Sir, that is good stuff there.
By the way, they are cheering. They booed earlier when I was out there, one of the marshals, for moving a turtle off the green. So they cheered when that turtle managed to escape. 16 bunker, second shot Straka on 18 from 166, going at it.
Oh, good shot.
Really good shot.
Stop now.
It'll be pacey coming down the hill, and it'll break to his right if it stays there. Now, Alex Smalley has, after consultation with the rules official, taken his drop. Sometimes you get a good break, Carl, and other times you get a bad break.
Well, unfortunately for Smalley, this is not going to be the finish that he was anticipating. Bogey at 17. He hitting his third shot from. It's a smart play, dropping it way over by the line. Hopefully it bounces into the line and then he gets to place.
I actually saw this earlier on our feature holes coverage on 18. Use the rules to your advantage when you can.
That ball should be in play. Nope.
It is now. Come the tee pegs. This has the potential of a lot going wrong with the pin placement today on 18 front left. And when you know that you've had to take a penalty shot, you can't get too greedy, can you? Because you can just unravel.
No, you just take this right at the 18 on the TV tower behind the flag stick. That's a good 20 feet right of the flag. Get it on the putting surface somewhere. With that bogey. Not the finish he was looking for, but gotta save every shot you possibly can.
When you have the ball below your feet in a situation like this, for the amateur golfers watching, what's your advice?
Well, just to keep the flex in your knees. If you stand up on it, that's when that ball is going to go sailing way out to the right. Got to keep the flex. You watch the amount of flex in his knees. He'll keep that flex through impact and then stand up afterwards.
151 for Alex. Tied for second, Matt Fitzpatrick. Second on 16. 211. So you remember our friend when we were herpetologists a few minutes ago?
He's made some nice headway.
He has. I think he or she will be back in the water soon. Tommy Fleetwood on 17.
Tommy's gotta like this whole location.
Started right.
Stayed right, but that's a good solid shot.
Playing with Jason Dane, Phil Mickelson. Back on 16, John Rahm, Matt Fitzpatrick, Patrick Cantley. .178 left for John after a 348-yard drive. Nice looking shape. How's the length?
Wow. That ball flew on him a little bit.
Still to come on our feature holes. McIlroy and Schauffele and Schauffele over the next 10 minutes or so. Mark Donaldson alongside Carl Paulson. Simple question for you, sir. Is this year's winner on that first page?
I believe he is.
Okay. Vegas. Wonder what odds he is. 2 shots clear. But Bryson lurking. Just 1 shot back of Scotty Scheffler. Well, McIntyre starting on 10 today. He's 3 under. Did well at this tournament last year at Valhalla. Alex Smalley. This is a tough one, isn't it?
Using the putter again. Obviously a little uncomfortable around these greens. That's a little better job than the last hole.
Vegas is 12-1. The favorite, as you suggested, is Scotty Scheffler. Then Bryson, then Vegas. Phil's second on 70.
It was 5-1 to start.
We will not be seeing Phil at the weekend, but he's trying to end with a flourish. Okay, let's go back to 16. This is moments ago. Patrick Cantlay. A funky lie. Can he? That's pretty good.
I'm trying to figure out how his ball got there.
Yeah, how it stayed there.
It's like he's not even going to need the putter to tap that in.
I think the turtle might make it from there. Back in the water now, Matt Fitzpatrick live. This is a long way. 55 feet 8 inches to maneuver.
That's a nice lag putt from across the green.
When you're 50 to 60 feet, what is a good distance to leave yourself? No more than what?
I always use the 10% rule.
Okay.
So if you're 50 feet, you get the ball inside of 5 feet.
Yeah,
that's acceptable. Fair. If you're 70 feet, inside of 7 feet is acceptable.
Yeah, that works. Siwoo Kim has just had a hole-in-one on the 6th. Second of the week after Eric Cole. Tommy Fleetwood. Good putt. It's a long distance between the 6th hole and here at the Green Mile. It's not a roar we were able to hear. There's John Rahm trying to work out what this does. Come in from the right.
Yeah, it looks like he has read it a little bit better than some of the other players we've seen.
Still misses it low.
Yeah, that was a good putt, though.
Jason Day for par on 17. Just under 8 feet left for the Aussie.
Hopefully he can get that neck feeling a little bit better.
John Rahm, 5 feet remaining for his par. 16.
Hard to believe that ball rolled by that far.
Well, we've seen something and are seeing something on your screen right now that we haven't seen for much of the day. It's been really warm, but the sun has been hiding behind the clouds. It's out now, and the shadows have reappeared.
Nice little humidity bath for the last couple holes for these guys. Yeah, good solid putt there.
Well done. To 18, Shane Lowry from 164 yards. And with the cut fluctuating between +2 and +1, Shane, and nobody at this stage knows whether or not making the next one is required.
It is teeter-tottering on that line. Currently 1 over now. Just a few moments ago, it was 2 over.
So we've got his par day bogey. This is Koepka from 153. Best of the bunch. He had another gear when it came to a major championship for a long time. I hope we see that gear again from Brooks.
Yeah, I do too. He's obviously been struggling a little bit this year, but it's easy to forget it was just 2 years ago.
Yeah.
That he won this tournament.
At the Michael Block Open.
That's right. At the block party.
Yes, Matt Fitzpatrick at 16. That'll do. That might require some aloe vera or some after sun this evening. This is the remnants of poor old Tommy or Thomasina Turtle. Safely back in the water, but left to the grounds crew who do such a fantastic job on this course to make sure that any remnants of turtle or footprints are no longer visible for those coming through on 60. And here endeth that chapter.
And a happy ending.
Indeed. And now I know that the study of turtles is called herpetology. In case you get someone phoning you as a friend for a quiz question. Has been welcomed onto 18 green. Ricky Fowler, who double bogeyed 16, bogeyed 17, and now has shot himself out of this tournament. The Green Mile has another victim. Tomorrow's feature holes coverage also has 16, but also in addition to 16 have 14 and 15. 14 the drivable par 4, 15 the par 64, 8,400 yards. Dog leg left up the hill, long way to go. After that,
that's going to be fun.
It'll be great.
Those are 2 of the 5 holes that I consider real birdie opportunities on this golf course. Yep. 14 and 15.
Because the one thing that we haven't had enough of doing 16, 17, and 18 is cheers from birdies or eagles. More turtles than birdies on 18 today.
Well, absolutely. We know that if Shane Lowry is able to knock this putt in, that he will be around for the weekend. Gotta be careful not to rip one past the hole, though, trying to stuff it in there.
Yeah, 33 feet 8 inches. So a lot of care and attention on this one. You see where he's aiming. Tells you exactly what it does.
I like where he's aiming. See if you can get the pace. Oh, that's gonna miss right.
Never had a chance. You just feel like you can't aim far enough left because it just feels like it's too far left, but it's not.
It's counterintuitive as well, because the front of the green is over to your left, and generally everything breaks to the front of the greens. But
this looks good.
Yeah, a little kick to the left here after it lands. Oh,
just the length. Had the line.
Boy, is that gonna be a fun
wow. Uphill, down dale. To 18, Ricky Fowler for a birdie. Probably won't be enough. You know, in a way, that's probably best for Ricky, because the last thing he wants is to think, I missed the cut by 1, given the way he's played the Green Mile.
Yeah, that would have been a tough one to swallow, but this cut line's moving away from 2 over as we speak. 2
Back
over
to
now,
1.
tied for 73rd.
Back to 1 over. All right, Brooks. See if you can finish in single digits over par. Well done.
Touch of class.
Inside 9 feet into the bottom of the cup. Not to be this week for Brooks, but hopefully we'll see him back competing at the other end of the leaderboard in major tournaments very soon. 75 followed by 76 will not get the job done, though. I'm going to stay here for Shane Lowry.
Shane's now putting whether or not he'll play this weekend in the hands of the other players.
Yep. 71 today. Keeps him where he started when he teed off at 1. 2 over par to 16. Ooh.
How you toe ball it out there, 184 miles an hour ball speed. With your right hand coming off the club.
Still get that.
I'll take a few of those,
right? I'm not sure how your body would adapt and cope over time. Now Rory.
Now this is going to be full sail send right here.
It's a lot better than yesterday. Yesterday went way left. He then slipped with his second. It only got to the top of the hill, and he walked away with a double bogey along with his 2 playing partners. 321 the carry there.
Yeah, when you got world number 1, 2, and 3 making a double bogey on the same hole.
Who's on the prowl? 1 under. Scotty Scheffler's on the prowl. 5 under.
What were your thoughts about this?
The mud ball?
Grouping.
Oh, the grouping.
Putting 1, 2, and 3 together. Scotty just 3 back now.
That'll work as well. Well, it's a blockbuster group, and it's not easy if you're walking with them to get a viewpoint if you just rock up at the hole they're playing. It's like kind of prime tiger. You have to be a hole or 2 ahead to get a decent view. And look at these galleries.
I feel like it did him a little bit of a disservice. Hardly ever do all 3 players in one grouping play well.
Yeah, sometimes you get the second one feeding off the first one who does well, but you're right, rare. You see all 3. John Rahm.
Uh-oh.
Where's this going?
Uh-oh. Hang in there, ball. Hang in there. It's fine now, John. Well, I tell you what, he was flying under the radar coming into this week.
No one mentioned him among those that were potential winners. The so-called experts that provided their selections. Tommy. Best of this 3-ball. Mickelson 8 over. Jason Day 6 over, but Tommy 2 under. He's got 170 left.
Yeah, this is a great hole location for Tommy. He likes to move the ball from right to left. Stay. Yeah, it's going to have a lot of momentum, too.
However, from Tuesday to yesterday, they weren't going all the way back down. They will if it's just continual heat. It's got a 16. Ooh, my word. Rasmus Højgaard, you're doing well to get this close.
Oh, my God. Upstairs.
No! Rasmus!
Oh, gets him to 1 under, too. That could have gone the other way very easily.
Talk to us about your birdie on 16, Rasmus. Any which way you wish. We shall return with more fun and games from Quail Hollow in a couple of minutes.
Scotty Scheffler's feet when he swings, how do you describe what his feet are doing?
His feet are flying everywhere, but I would describe it as athletic.
I don't think his feet even know what his feet are doing.
It's pretty amazing. I love that he owns it.
Doesn't matter what they're doing, he's winning. Keep doing it.
I'm sure we all have heard of or remember Happy Feet from 2006, the movie. I didn't know there was a sequel in 2011.
Yeah, well, people ask me all the time who's got the best swing in golf. And I say the one that repeats his swing the most.
You got room behind him. I think
It is funny, though, because his feet do different things on different shots.
They do? Let's listen in.
Just split the 16 to PGA, just fairly left in. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. Yep.
205 for Scotty.
That's a good hole location for Scotty. Likes to move it from left to right. Heard Teddy Scott say taking at that 16. That's a great starting line.
quite good, isn't he?
Yeah, he's pretty good at golf.
And one of the nicest guys off the course as well. Quite a few have tried to replicate or do their own version of the swing with the feet. Robert Carlson's done it on the Champions Tour. Roderick Harrington as well. Carlson's done his ACL twice since trying to do that.
Yeah, it's he does it with his right leg. That right leg is trailing, and that right foot that moves all over the place doesn't have a whole lot of weight on it.
Rory from 189 yards.
Rory's worked really hard on moving the ball from left to right. Caught right in between clubs.
We've seen that putt before today, just dropping off to the left as it heads towards the hole.
That right foot will come back.
Protect the knees.
It's going to be a struggle for Xander all the way through this green mile. Needs to make 3 pars to assure himself tee time tomorrow.
We will leave this marquee group on 16 and head up to see what John Rahm is doing on 18 in just a second. We shall return to 18 in a second, and we'll stick with Rory, with Scotty, and with Xander. And the galleries that are following.
Nice pitch shot from just short of the green for Tommy, and a nice up and down.
So that's on the green after Matt Fitzpatrick managed to get his par on 16 or on 17. He's now teeing off on 18.
Hang on.
It's an anxious
Stop
wait.
bounce. Stop bounce.
Oh, went past the bunker.
Wow. And John Rahm.
Also heading up that right-hand side. Also past the bunker.
Back to 16. Look at those greens and regulation percentage.
Wow. That's awfully low.
This is not an easy hole. 4th hardest of the day.
Good line in the bunker. Not a difficult shot.
Not a difficult shot, comma, for these guys.
For them, yeah.
Sitting there thinking, give me 5 attempts and I might get it within 10 feet.
Two over now, tied for 74th. So
it's going the wrong way for the 2 overs, isn't it?
Sure is.
As you say, if it was everyone playing off the first, say it was an Open Championship, there's enough daylight that everyone can start at the first. and then everyone has to play these last 3 the Green Mile, then you'd think, well, I've got a chance if you're 1 shot out.
No doubt.
But here you've got players that half the field starts on 10, and 7, 8, and 9, where you can, well, certainly 7 and 8, you can make some numbers there.
Yeah, and 9's a very difficult hole,
but
you're not going to make it. There's no water, and you're not going to make a double or a triple there. You can just hit a bad shot, get it back and play, and see if you can save your par.
36.5 feet for Rory, and it does break to the left as it goes down the hill.
Nicely judged. Seen a lot of guys hit that by 4 or 5 feet.
It's been a good round for Rory so far. 1 under for his tournament. 4 under for the day. You might get the opportunity to do the double if you're heading to Quail Hollow tomorrow. Get a full 18 in with some of the big names in the morning, and then another 18 in with the leaders in the afternoon. Full coverage on our feature holes and feature groups channel. .21 feet for Scotty. You've seen this putt quite a bit.
This putt is pretty straight. There's a little bit of a brow that comes off that bunker. It keeps this putt a little straighter than from behind the hole.
This to get to within 2 shots of the lead.
That was a little bit of a weak attempt by Scotty.
There are certain times, though, that he has to prove he still is human and a mere mortal.
That's not very often.
Nope. He'll stay at 5, just 3 shots back. Tied with Siwoo Kim and Max Homa. That was a brilliant round of 64 earlier today.
Yeah, that's good to see, too. Max Homa. Fire cell changes in his bag completely changed everything. I know sometimes that takes a little getting used to.
Xander just tidying up. He's on that line right now of +1. Birdie at 15 definitely helped. That long dog leg left. Still likely they're going to have to par 17 and 18 or get them both in level par to be here for the weekend. Now Scotty for his par putt, just 2.5 feet.
Good start to the Green Mile.
A lot better, these 3, than they did yesterday.
Yeah. 6 shots better.
Yes. Let's go up to 18. John Rahm's second.
That's a really nice shot.
From there, that is excellent. A lot of power required, isn't there?
A lot of speed, a lot of strength. I'd say it's a little humid out there.
Matt Fitzpatrick. 160.
Oh, any good.
He's got that to get within one of the leads. And for around a 67. Patrick Cantley, the other member of this 3-ball, who's not had the best couple of days. He is 6 over par. Will someone get to 7 under on those out on the course?
Matt Fitzpatrick's got a good look at 18, but nobody has played enough break on that putt from a little past and right of the flagstick.
Here's a look at 17 today. They've moved the tee forwards from yesterday. It was 227 yesterday, and the pin was back left. Today it's 185, and they've put the pin front left. So a lot different. 10 birdies, 42 bogeys or worse. Stroke average on the second toughest hole of 3.31.
Shot shape should fit Rory's eye.
Just waiting for Minwoo Lee, his par putt, so he'll drop 1. And that's not ideal for Minwoo, who drops to +3. So he's going to need a lot of help. Corey Connors 1 under. Has 4 feet 9 inches left before this green can be cleared.
This putt breaks a lot. Saw a couple of putts earlier in the day from this angle. It's definitely outside the hole on the right edge.
Well read. So 17 green clears and awaits Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler, and Xander Schauffele. While we wait for them, this is John Rahm's birdie attempt on 18. 39 feet 11 inches.
Speed, the most important thing when you get outside of 35 feet. Well judged.
It's within 3 feet 5 inches. You're 10%.
Huh? Yeah. Let's go, Rory.
Talked to Rory for a few minutes on the range earlier this week, congratulating him on completing the career Grand Slam. Also let him know that he gave us a heart attack a couple of times on that Sunday at Augusta. He looked at Harry and said, just think about how Harry was feeling. Oh, he's bailed way out to the right. He looked uncomfortable pretty much the entire time over that shot.
Well, Harry goes with him wherever he goes. You know what else goes with him wherever he goes? The St. Bernard's head cover.
Yes.
He's had it since he was 14. Rory says we've probably been around the world together 100 times, so he's seen a lot of cool things. Let's see if we can see something pretty cool from Scotty. Some living in the moment, some trying to capture the moment.
Scotty has this little perimeters that he puts on these shots. He's going to put the anti-left swing on this one.
No, there's a bug on it.
There's a bug on the ball. sensational.
There's a guy that predominantly moves the ball from left to right. Let me just hit a little baby draw in there.
That to go within 2 shots of the lead for Scottie Schauffele. And now Xander Schauffele.
Important tee shot for Xander. Expect him to be that aggressive. Solid shot.
Solid, yes, but spectacular belonged to Scottie. 3 feet 11 inches for birdie when we come back. Matt Fitzpatrick on 18 with a birdie attempt. This would take him to within 1 of the lead.
See if he can get it far enough over to the left. No.
Very tentative. But he would go on to make that par putt. So 2 from there, and that's fine. 3 under 68, another one for Matt Fitzpatrick. He's 6 under, but Scottie Schauffele, 3 feet 11 inches for birdie when we come back. Nice. We're on the 17th hole, day 2 at the 107th PGA Championship at Quail Hollow in Charlotte, North Carolina. Scottie Schauffele, 3 feet 11 inches. Xander Schauffele just inside 34 feet, and Rory McIlroy with work to do. Mark Donaldson, Carl Paulson, Michael Gartrud closest to the pin today on 17, just 5 inches closer than Seamus Power. Scottie, well, shot link suggesting it's 3 feet 11 inches. But first, Rory.
Yeah, chipping into an upslope. And the ball will crest the ridge. You can see the discoloration of the green right there. That dark green is back into the green and uphill. And as soon as you get to the top, it is quick on the other side. Beautifully judged.
He's played that so well. That's outstanding.
They played it with no spin. Just wanted to make sure it lands on the upslope. But if it's got any spin on it at all, it checks right before it gets to the crest of that ridge and never makes it down to the flag. Nicely done.
Inside Scottie's ball. Shouldn't be too much of a problem for Rory for his birdie. It'll keep him at 1 under par. He's in that area you were talking earlier about, Carl. A couple of birdies and you're right up the leaderboard and into the top 15. Couple of bogeys and you're right on the cut line.
It's an awkward place to be because you always want to try to better your position, but you don't want to throw any shots away in the process.
Stick or twist?
Wow, 2 over par, now tied for 75th.
Ooh. Well, someone at 1 over par is 28 feet 7 inches away. We're about to see him putt. Xander Schauffele. It's a little bit of a ridge to try and maneuver.
Again, this is not a putt you want to be trying to force in the hole. Get the speed proper, and if you have the right line, it's a bonus.
Are you still using your 10% here? So this has to be within 3 feet to be a good putt, given the ridge?
Yeah, the 10% kind of starts at about 40 feet. You know, I mean, from here you're, well, not actually on this putt because it's so quick, but you start getting inside of 30 feet and you start trying to make these putts. It's good though. Easy now.
Just walked after that to see what he had coming back. Could it be the dreaded "it's still you"? He's within 4 feet, Xander. So therefore, it's Scotty to get to 6 under par and within 2 of the lead.
Oh my gosh, just hit it way too hard.
Wow.
I mean, at that pace, that ball's going to have to hit the center of the hole to go in. Expected that to break, but I think he realized a few seconds after that reaction that, you know what? I hit that with way too much pace.
Things you rarely see. Scotty Scheffler missing from inside of 4 feet.
And not in yet. Pretty close to the same distance he just had.
Well, he's got 2 feet 10 now, which is just over a foot closer. Rory from 3 feet.
Oh my goodness.
What is happening here? He's further away than he was. These are the top 2 players in the world. He had 3 feet 1 inch. He's now got 3 feet 6 inches. For bogey.
Anytime you hit a putt that hard, it shrinks the hole. If you hit it with good pace where it's going 12 inches past the hole, that makes the hole the widest. And if you hit it at a pace where it's going to go 2 or 2.5 feet by the hole, that entire ball has got to be inside the hole when it gets there.
For par. Well, the 17th hole and the 17th green may be a topic of conversation at dinner when Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy sit down with their respective caps in about an hour's time. Sport, huh?
Yeah, it's a crazy game.
All that was going on. 16 for birdie, Tony Finau.
Excellent effort. Tony's starting to play some better golf. Good to see.
Well, that was on tape. He would make that putt, but it's 2 putts from inside of 4 feet, both missed by the top 2 players in the world that are making the headlines. The overhead on 18 as Scotty Scheffler gets ready to hit.
Perfect.
Very nice.
He has a wonderful ability to put whatever's just happened, if it's been negative, behind him and get on with things.
And positive. He wins, puts the trophy in the garage, and gets on with it next week.
Xander.
Important tee shot. Boy, that is long.
And now Rory. Back to level par after that bogey. That's heading left.
Stay left of that penalty area. Oh no.
No.
Oh, it did.
Wondered.
Wait a minute, that's on the other side. It bounced across the creek.
It hit the left stand and came over and bounced off the stand and ended up there. Let's have another look at this. Try and clear this up from the high overhead.
Boy, that is a lot of curve on that thing.
So, ready for the bounce?
Oh, off the roof.
And there's the gentleman
There it
pointing.
is.
There it is. Wow. Yeah, we saw that land just at the top of the screen. And that is exactly what's happened. Off the roof and stayed dry.
I wonder if there's going to be a stance there, if he's just going to punch it back out to the fairway.
Ooh, wow. Novak.
Where'd it go?
Where did it go? He's right behind the tree. Didn't see that. Andrew Novak. Hope he's okay, because that ricochet would have reverberated around his body. Goodness. Things have livened up in the last 20 minutes or so. Here's Maverick McNeely from 180 on 16.
Oh, nice little shot. Kick off the bunker.
Exactly. Moments ago on 17, Tony Fina. And when announcers say moments ago, something good usually happens. And that is pretty good.
Excellent shot.
7 feet 2 inches. Because you don't want to be 3 feet 11 inches.
Evidently
away.
not.
No, you do not.
You don't want to be inside of 4 feet with a right edge putt.
Right. I wonder how much he knew, because he's walking down with Harry Diamond and they had a smile on his face. You asked about the stance.
Well, the stance looks okay. Rory McIlroy is not a guy that ever thinks about the cut. But you got to be a little bit careful here, don't you?
He's level. 3 under for the day. The cut line right now is at +1. He's tied for 50th. But the way Rory thinks, it's get up and down for a birdie.
100%.
You got 15 behind it before you're over there. How far? You got hit full 8? Yeah. Right on that the column or whatever that is. The column, the second column in? Yeah. Great. Should be straight across that one. That's right.
Scotty will be first to play. Wind coming out of the left. 10, 12 feet right of the hole is probably where he's trying to hit this.
Is that going to stay up? Yes, it will. We were talking about what's in Rory McIlroy's mind, and the thing would be up and down for a birdie. In his mind, there wouldn't be one single thought of what happened to him in 17 previously.
No.
All about 18.
He has a unique ability to stay in the present.
12 months ago, the Friday on day 2 at Valhalla. Shows exactly what's in Scotty's mind. Now Rory. '62.
Oh, no. Okay, way to the right, okay.
But you're pitching onto a green that's sloping towards the hole with a stream behind, and you've only got one shot to play with.
It's not a comfortable position to be in.
You can afford to drop one and be here for the weekend. No guarantees if he drops two that he would be, but he should be fine.
Playing pin number.
45 on the machine.
Yeah, pin number's great right now.
Should be a little bit of help, yeah?
Should be, yes.
Now, this is the best angle to play from. Very left-hand side of the fairway. You're hitting away from the creek on the left-hand side.
Just 139 remaining after a 332-yard drive.
This should be a comfortable pitching wedge for Xander. Looking line.
That's a great shot. Now, can he be the one that sends that left enough?
Again, you have to hit it so soft to make sure you don't run it by 5 or 6 feet. We haven't seen anybody even come close to playing enough break from there.
It's been quite the 15 minutes for this 3-ball.
Yeah, it certainly has.
Rory's way to the right. Xander's in a good position. Scotty Scheffler's got 25 feet. We'll be back with them shortly. Back to 16. McIlroy. 10 feet.
Yeah, this is just inside left edge if you keep the pace up. If you hit it soft, it's on top of the left edge. Okay. Up and out of that one pretty quickly.
Okay. He's 95 feet away, Rory McIlroy. He's taking his time, quite rightly so. What's the definitely do not from this shot?
Just leave it in the bunker. Even if you hit this just a little bit too hard and it goes down to the fringe on the other side of the hole, it's just fine. You're just going to play this a little bit out to the right because of the false front on the front of this green.
Use the contour to bring it round.
Boy. Okay. Okay.
Please help in welcoming from Northern Ireland, Rory McIlroy.
Down into to guarantee he'll be here for the weekend. Back to Tony Finau. Nice birdie for Tony from 7 feet.
There's a solid deuce right there for Tony.
Wow, 15 and 17. 3 under par. For the Eagle at 15. Back to 18. Just before 7 o'clock in the evening local time. Huge galleries watching the world's number 1, 2, and 3. Rory's got work to do. It's downhill. There's a slope coming from his right. He's 36 feet away.
There shouldn't be a massive break in this putt. Once it gets up over this ridge and heads down towards the hole, it is awfully quick. We saw a great putt by Jon Rahm from just about this same spot.
First little bit of this putt goes uphill before it comes back down.
Great effort there.
Well judged, Rory McIlroy. It'll be a dropped shot, but he will be here for the weekend, albeit that alarm clock might have to get some use tomorrow morning.
Yeah, he'll be getting up early, but if anybody can go deep a couple days in a row on the weekend, it is Rory McIlroy. We've seen him do it multiple times on this golf course.
But around a 69.
I'm going to have to tighten that driver up a little bit, though.
Yeah. After a 3-over first round, making the cut is the main aim. 73 the number right now. Needs to be down to 69 for the +2s to get in. We will know in around an hour if that's the case. Now Xander. He's got just under 26 feet. Can he start it left enough?
Well, the aim point looks promising.
So did Fitzpatrick's. That's a better line. Didn't hit it. So we wait for Scotty Schauffele. Moments ago, Sam Burns was playing practice round on Wednesday with Scotty. One of the most likable characters on tour. Oof. Oof.
Oh my.
Sam at 2 over needs to find a birdie from somewhere and a couple of pars. That should get the job done. Probably right edge. That doesn't help the 2 overs, does it?
No, it sure doesn't.
Okay, Scotty. Big break here.
Two really solid rounds for Scotty. Off to a bad start yesterday.
And I think it's fair to say this is nowhere near his A game, and look where he is. He's only 3 shots back.
He's in great position.
Tap in for his par. Good lad. Around to 68. To follow an opening 69. Scotty Schauffele lurking with intent on the leaderboard. Just 3 shots behind Jonathan Vegas. A slightly less dramatic day 2 of the PGA for Scotty than this day 12 months ago.
Definitely.
Xander. Had to make, and does. He'll be around for the weekend as well after a level par. Round of 71. Wow, that was dramatic over the last 10-15 minutes or so. More to come from our feature holds coverage from Quail Hollow when we come back. Well, we have some big names. We have some long names. And we have a Venezuelan 2 shots clear, and a Scotsman after doing so well in Valhalla last year. And then going on to win in Canada and in Scotland, Bobby McIntyre inside the top 10. Tony Finau's first round drive, splash. Second round, sand.
Land in the sand and pop out? Okay.
Sometimes you don't need to ask questions. It got there, and there's a reason it got there.
That's right.
And you take it.
You'll 100% take it.
Højgaard will hit first. So he made a call last Friday to Gareth Lord and said it's not working to his caddy. And he replaced him with the guy he'd fired to go and get Gareth Lord. Okay, fine. So he's gone back to his old caddy that he got rid of to get rid of the guy who he replaced him with and subsequently fired.
I guess sometimes the grass is not greener.
Yep. So Gareth Lord's back in England watching this on television. Here's Nicklaus. Three yards away.
That is going to be a fun putt to watch.
It will be. It's still coming back. See, when you hang out with caddies, they love a good gossip. Tony.
Good break from Tony for his ball to end up here. Good angle to this front left hole location. And a good shot.
It's an excellent shot.
Sam Burns was able to wiggle that 3-inch birdie putt he had on the 16th in, and he has joined the crew at 1 over. Is that Tony's ball?
It is. From an excellent shot to a, hold on a minute. Wow. Chance for Keegan Bradley. Second shot, 17. Another going with a putter. Professor Paulson alongside me has not been happy with that decision today.
Hits that just a little bit harder. It's going to go racing by the hole. I like being able to use the spin with a wedge.
This is an adventure.
Matt McNeely currently at even. The only even still on the golf course.
85 feet away.
This is
now it'll
really nice putt. Mav. Oh, what a putt. Looks like he'll stay even par for the tournament. 1 over on the day.
What's our cut line update?
Yeah, well, it's going to be 1 over. There's only 1 over left on the golf course and 1 even left over on the golf course.
The 2 overs can start looking at the flights for tomorrow.
The 2 overs are tied for 75th.
Why you book a changeable airfare.
Justin Lauer just made a mistake. He's at even par now too. So 2 players at even. He just bogeyed the 15th. Wow. We'll be seeing him in just a moment. Ryder Cup captain for his par.
Max Grazerman, 118. +2, needs a birdie. Can he get it close?
Get up.
Yes, he can.
What a shot.
That to play the weekend for Max. Now, here's someone that's been just slowly wandering up the leaderboard. Garrick Higo. It's a 5 under. That kick works.
He's been working very hard on his game with Sean Foley. Watching him hit some balls earlier this week on the range, and he got a couple of his drivers up to 190 ball speed.
And you don't get good hair like that without a good condition. To 18. And Tony, who thought he had a 15-foot putt.
It was an excellent shot.
It was.
They got a terrible break. Ah, touch of class.
Brilliant. You know what? If he'd missed the putt that he didn't have, he gets the same score as he would have got.
Sounds like a riddle. But a nice par for Tony.
You miss 100% of the putts, you don't get to the hole.
You miss 100% of the putts you miss.
Well done, Tony. Now, Scotty Scheffler's name might be on the first page of the leaderboard, but there's some real top quality golfers lurking on pages 2 and 3. Sam Burns on 17 is 1 over. Right on the line.
Turn ball.
Oh. Well. Just enough. It's been a fun day. 107th PGA Championship, a lot of storylines, and hopefully the headlines in the newspapers tomorrow are about golf and the actual playing of golf.
That is a very good point. Remember you talked about coming out early tomorrow on a Saturday and getting a double in?
We're going to get some proper opportunities tomorrow, right?
Sam Burns, Xander Schauffele, Rory McIlroy, all at 1 over par, will be going off bright and early tomorrow morning.
And remember, because they're finishing later, they will be some of the earlier starters, because those already in at 1 over from earlier in the day will be further up as far as the tee-off times are concerned. And later finishers earlier. Denny McCarthy, 4 under par.
Yeah, well, as good as he putts, if I'm his caddy, I'm just telling him to get it on the green every time he's hitting into his approach shot. And he does a little better than that.
Very nice. Some really good shots in here today. Watching our coverage this morning and seeing Max Homa play so well, you kind of thought there's scores out there because the greens are so good. If you can give yourself a chance of making birdie. Shebatia. The lefty. Oh dear. Now 1 under.
This to play the weekend.
Yes, well done, young man.
I tell you what, there's going to be a lot of these guys that are going to sleep awfully well tonight, sitting on that cut line for 4 or 5 holes. It's a very quick turnaround for these guys too. Quick shower, get some food.
Well, Jonathan Vegas was one of the last in last night and one of the first out this morning, teeing off at just after 9 o'clock. So he had a really rapid turnaround, but Max Grayson doing really well to make birdie from 4 feet 11 inches. And sure, he'll be here for the weekend, and another dagger into the hopes of the +2s.
This golf course playing a little bit easier than yesterday, about 4/10 of a shot.
Tell that to Akshay Bhatia.
Easier on day 2. That number might go up after this hole.
Speaking of numbers, we know it's 110 from the drop zone after finding the water. So playing 3.
Like this. 106, yeah.
We've had one player hole out from here for a par today. So it's doable. But up and down to minimize the damage for Akshay.
He likes it. Right there, right there, right there, right there. Oh boy.
Up and down to get to +1. Garrett, here you go.
Definite misread there.
Solid round of golf. He's the best currently out on the course. 3 under, along with Denny McCarthy. Well, there's still some late drama, perhaps. This cut line doesn't look like it's going to move, but when you play the Green Mile, anything can happen. Probably got around 50 more minutes or so of play in day 2. Will take you until the last putt is holed on 18 to conclude the second round. Still a 2-shot lead. It could have been a lot more for Jonathan Vegas. He didn't end the way that he played the majority of his first 2 rounds. He still has a 2-shot lead. We're going to go to 17 and have a look at Sam Burns. Just had enough with the tee ball. Now it's about the pace, which looks pretty good.
Excellent.
Go back to planning and drop. Get the longest club out your bag.
And then drop it 1 inch from the line. So it crosses and you have to redrop.
Yeah. Now, Bhatia.
Oh boy, this is gonna make things a little anxious if he's unable to hold this.
As long as it's close enough. Okay, so it's a double It's +1, and he's got to play the 18th and level par to be here for the weekend. Costly. If you're -1, and we've spoken about this, you and I, over the past 2 or 3 hours, that kind of, well, 2 shots and I'm top 20, 2 shots the other way and I'm in trouble. If you're his caddy, do you have a little conversation to say, look, the one thing you don't want to be is short and wet, or do you just trust your player?
Yeah, you got to trust your player. You can't get him out of his element. He was trying to hit a good shot there. He didn't pull it off. More often than not, he will pull that shot off. He's going from 1 under. If he makes birdie there to 2 under, moving way up that leaderboard.
Alternative. Here's Andrew Novak. 166. Oh, easy. Well, it stayed up. That'll be fun. Keegan Bradley from 155.
Could be perfect then.
Lovely shape. Somebody's going to make that putt. Why not Captain America?
Eventually.
Justin Lauer, his second shot to 16. Level par, going round very steady. Oh, and he'll have a chance to get into red numbers. Mav McNeely's adventures on 18, 154 remaining. Good shot.
Very smart play. Maybe now that Keegan Bradley gets to see Mav McNeely's putt.
Yep.
That was a nice premonition you had there.
As my mother said, even a broken clock is right twice a day. Very supportive.
For a split second.
Yeah, and then you realize. Beautiful day weather-wise compared to the start of the week. Going along nicely, Garrick Higgo. 5 under, just 3 shots off the lead. Okay, it's about 75 feet away.
Just saw Maverick McNeely putt from there.
Do well. He moved forward substantially today. The likelihood is it's probably going to be moved back tomorrow. And probably a pin position on the right, given that Thursday and Friday we've had one back left, front left. John Catlett, who's 3 over, looking for a birdie finish, or just put this in the jar and par the last.
Kick to the left.
Okay.
Kick to the left.
So he needs a birdie finish, or a par eagle. He needs to pick up 2 from somewhere. Jesse Drummer of the Corbridge Financial team of 20 PGA professionals. Sugar Land in Texas.
Just north of Dallas. Yeah, do it.
Go on. That's a super shot. Well done, Jesse. Lur with a birdie putt. Well done from 4.5 feet.
This guy has been the epitome of somebody that has just improved year after year. In the last 4 or 5 years, he's gotten better and better and better, moving up and up in those official world golf rankings. Fun to watch.
Okay, par, and you're here for the weekend, Sam. That's a lovely drive.
Oh, is it ever?
A1. Pace of play has been a bit quicker today. I was out earlier and they started to wave them up on 14. There's a few holes where the green and the tee box on the next hole are pretty close, and they had a decent understanding. Still a fair bit of waiting for some of the players on some holes. But on the whole, we are about 10 or 15 minutes quicker today than we were yesterday. The afternoon batch. And when Carl Paulson alongside me has a dinner date and reservation, he's more than happy that the pace of play is as is.
We will get to get some food ourselves. Can somebody play enough break on this putt?
Can Keegan Bradley get a read from Mav McNeely? In comes Keegan for a wee look.
I mean, these players are just baffled by this putt.
That's why they need to watch our coverage right from the start to see this putt, which we've seen several times today. Now, Akshay, another at +1. Take birdie from yesterday and keep that fresh in the mind. Oh, stay up,
boy.
and it did. Goodness gracious. What has Keegan Bradley learned from Mav McNeely's putt?
Currently 75 players at 1 over or better.
Downhill left to right. Quick.
Did he?
He's got a chance.
Did he?
He had a chance as well. And he got his line. He just didn't get his length. But a nice little tap-in par, which is never a bad thing on 18 here. Hardest hole on the course.
Yeah, tie for 27th at 2 under.
Yeah. 1 over today, 3 under yesterday. That'll do. A mid-morning start is likely mid to late morning tomorrow for Keegan.
Yeah, that should put him around. Right at the beginning of lunchtime.
Yeah.
We'll see if Gary Kago can just tap this in.
I've got the distance in front of me. You don't, so guess and I'll tell you.
Oh, let's say this is 71 feet.
74 feet, 4 inches.
Stay up.
More direct than Mav McNeely, who started it much further to the left. And
don't think we
McNeely read that one.
I don't think we got the 10% rule there, Mark.
No. That's a yellow card for Garrick, not a red. McNeely tapped in on 18 for his par. Just three balls left on the course. 2 of them on 17 on the tee and the green. And Batia, McCarthy and Burns on 18.
Great touch.
Good pace.
He'll need a good drive and a hole out from the fairway.
Needed to play the last 2 and 2 under. Pars that. Now, Akshay. No more than 3 shots from here to be around for the weekend. You can't be too safe here.
No. You kind of have to. You're looking middle of the green here. Obviously, it's a quick. Oh, we almost lost him.
.168 yards to a pin that's 7 on and 5 from the left.
I would still rather be putting from 40 feet above the hole than chipping from short of the green. Ooh, that sounded like it came out a little heavy. Oh, wow. Yikes.
Higo. First one from way downtown. It's nowhere near far enough left. That's what caused the problems. The bogey to take him back to 4 under par. .18 fairway. 60 yards away.
Carthen. Very aggressive line.
He's using that backstop. Is he going to get anything on the way back down? It's something.
Be careful though, this might even go all the way off the green.
It's okay. Back to 17, Justin Lauer, now 1 under par. Looks a good line.
Very nice shot.
Nicely done, Jesse Drummer.
Let's go. Nice little birdie there.
Well done, young man. .52. Par overall. A nice way to bounce back from a bogey for the man from Riverbend Country Club.
This is Root Taylor from Virginia Beach National Golf Club in Virginia Beach, Virginia, my hometown. A little unlucky there. That'll be an interesting putt. Maybe even a chip now.
Sam Burns second. Smart play.
Very.
You don't need to take the flag on when you need a par. Now, Akshay, after the double bogey on 17, when he was sitting pretty, he was going to be around for the weekend, -1 on the tee at 17. And then things began to unravel. Double bogey. So on the 18th tee, he's +1. He's right on the cut line. He drives left. It stays dry. But his second shot goes way right. He now has to get up and down to play the weekend. Sounds easy.
It's not.
Sheesh. It's got 37 yards between the ball and the hole.
Now he is a very creative player. He's going to need to use all of his creativity right here. Oh boy.
What happened there?
Yeah, he just went right underneath. Caught it high on the face. Yeah, he's going to be definitely trying to make this. Yeah, let's see if he catches this high on the face. It just kind of floats. Yeah, just rides right up the face. Even on flop shots, you still have to compress the ball. That ball just kind of slid right up the face of the club, and anytime that ball hits up above the center of gravity on the club, there's less meat up there, and the ball just doesn't go anywhere.
Okay. No point worrying about the one back. Hold this and make some money playing the weekend. 64 feet 5 inches. Do not leave it short. It's a good effort.
Yeah.
But the damage was done on 17. And Akshay, if he makes that, we'll finish at +2. And the cut line right now is
+1. After Akshay drops out, there's going to be 74 players at +1 or better.
Not enough players on the course in that vicinity of the cut line to be able to move it to +2. Eugenio Chacarra.
McCarthy will have that left for par. Chacarra out of this front bunker. Not a whole lot up and downs out of this bunker.
Ooh, and Ricky Fowler was, oh goodness, that's unnecessary. Someone that covers La Liga a lot. Yes, there's passion. Control the temper. Sam Burns. 2 putts for the weekend. 24.5 feet is the first one.
Go.
Well. Far enough away. Just ask Scotty Scheffler and Rory McIlroy. It's only fair that you get your guy.
Yeah, let's see if he can make a long putt from all the way across this green here at the 17th. Got enough break. Just a touch too much speed, but nicely judged. Haven't seen a whole lot of players keep that putt high enough.
Denny just working out what's left in this one. Kind of break from just under 6 feet. This will buy him about an hour of extra time in the morning if he makes the putt.
Well, that high up on the leaderboard too. Every one of these shots is massive.
This is a putt for a PM tee-off time on day 3. Well done, sir.
I would never bet against him with that club in his hand.
It's like a wizard.
My goodness.
Weaving his magic and waving his magic wand. Lower for birdie on 17.
Way out to the right. Solid putt, and unfortunately for bogey, Akshay plays the last 2 holes 3 over to miss the cut. That's going to be a tough one to swallow.
Yeah. It's got to learn from it, haven't you? You've got to, why did it happen? Let's make sure it doesn't happen too often again. And bounce back in his next tournament. Well done, Sam Burns. That ensures he plays the weekend, but Akshay does not. Okay, whatever that was. Among the youngsters, here's Garrett Higo on 18T. He's flirting with the stream.
Get left. Oh no, he's left-handed.
Now, is it shoes and socks off? Oh, it's shoes and socks off. We're live on 18, and we can't just give you 6 pars to end our coverage today. We need Garrick with the shoes and socks off while he's waiting. Play continues.
Gotta make sure you can get enough club on this. Absolutely certain that you can get enough club on this to get it well out into the fairway.
How many times you had to do this?
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure plenty.
Very neat though, isn't he? Socks go in the shoes. See him in a second.
All right, this needs to go in.
No pressure for John Catlin. John Catlin.
Yeah, it is a good shot, but that'll be at least 1 shot shy of making the cut.
Penultimate group. Garrick. He's taking his medicine.
Easy. Okay.
It's okay. He's another one who is like Akshay, standing on the 17th tee in a much better position than he currently finds himself, albeit he just dropped 1. Garrick Higo. What you see is the top of the head and the wonderful locks of that glorious hair.
It's been a day.
Well, Nike can't complain. They're not getting enough coverage. I think they might be Travis Scott golf shoes. I think.
Yeah, they might be.
The only reason I think I know that is because I've been on the sneakers app that many times trying to get that type of golf shoes or normal sneakers and haven't had a sniff. Take your time, no hurry. There you go. Commentated on many things in my life. You tie the laces as well. Yep. Go the trousers, trouser legs. Johnny Vegas, a 2-shot lead over Matt Fitzpatrick, Matthew Pavon, and Siwoo Kim. I just didn't have anything else to commentate on a guy tying his shoes, having taken the shoes and socks off because he was in the pond. We've done the turtle, so we can't go back there. Let's go to the 18th tee and have Mosul. Lower.
Trying to turn it to the left off that bunker. Is going to need a kick.
Well, he got a kick, but it wasn't the one he was looking for. Eugenio Chacara.
Hard.
Yeah, unfortunately, he made bogey at the last. And is going to need to make that shot from the pine straw.
Talented family. His sister Carolina also playing golf in the United States. She was at Wake Forest. He's Oklahoma State.
And Ruth Taylor. Very nice.
Could sell that for a lot of money on Sunday. Garrick, his third shot.
Just trying to give himself an opportunity to save par. Oh, yeah.
We will take them to the close on day 2 when we come back. Our final segment on day 2 of the 107th PGA Championship. It's 3 hours going by very quickly. Garrick Higgle. Just under 15 feet. For that.
No.
How about that from Jesse Drummer? What a wonderful way to finish.
A birdie finish.
What the reaction is at the Riverbend Country Club in Sugar Land near Dallas for that finish from their boy, PGA golf instructor. Might not be here for the weekend, but he's got plenty to talk about when he heads back to Texas.
Unfortunately, that was for bogey.
Yeah, but that you don't need to mention that when you're back in the club.
No, I'm just.
You do. But
yeah, I have to. No, he doesn't.
No,
Absolutely not.
That chipped in on the last. Yes. Catlin, who will not be around for the weekend.
Tyler Collet, the guy who won by 10 in the professional Pro Championship to get into this event, will end up in a tie for the low PGA Professional with John Somers at 9 over. Congratulations to all of those players that qualified for this PGA Championship.
To stay at 4 under. There's trials and tribulations on these last 2 holes.
Did he? Did he play enough break? Hey, it had to be a lefty, right?
Of course, a lefty right. 69-69, 4 under, and a nice way to finish for Garrick. Our final group. Shakira. Not the Shakira who played in Charlotte on Tuesday. Taylor and Lauer. Shakira was at MetLife last night, touring the East Coast. Teddy Swims was in Charlotte last night.
That's a good one. All right, Mr. Taylor, make Virginia Beach proud. Stuff one in there.
You get this all to yourself, your boy.
Ah, unfortunate swing. It's okay. You qualified for a PGA Championship.
Can't ever take that away from him.
Not a whole lot of people walking this earth that can say they've played in a major championship.
No. His first career major appearance. Justin Lauer's got 178 left. From the right bunker.
A little sand in between that ball and the club face. That last group's a lonely place sometimes.
Must have been a few rewrites yesterday in the media tent with Jonathan Vegas coming from nowhere and ending with a flourish to rip up a few bits of copy. They had their story after Scotty Scheffler met the press yesterday. Thankfully, not too many issues with mud balls and various other things today. The course is in splendid condition. It really is.
I think if we can skirt any other storms that are going to be coming through this area the next couple of days, we're going to have a pretty fiery golf course this weekend.
It's going to be really warm. Forecast for tomorrow is 86. Today's high was 87. No rain forecast tomorrow. No rain on Sunday. 84 degrees. Chance of precipitation less than 10% on Sunday. As we approach 5 minutes to 8 o'clock on a Friday evening. Final group finishing off at 18.
Justin Lauer looks like he's going to be first to play.
His playing partner, Chikara, is an interesting story because not only did he go to Oklahoma State, he was also at Wake Forest and decided to join the Live Tour. He turned professional in 2022. will not be around for the weekend. Lauer will, though. 1 under.
Now spin.
That's good.
Yes.
Very good. Somebody's in a hurry. Actually took lessons from Sevi's brother, Vicente, when he was younger.
Short game run in the family? I'll take some lessons from him if it does. No. This ball's going to curve off the front of that green, off that false front.
Good shot. A nice moment being introduced, Roop Taylor onto the final green. And it's not to be plus 19, and obviously not the 18th hole he would have liked as well, but it's now about working hard and trying to get back to the PGA Championship, or trying to qualify for another major.
Absolutely. This is a very, very difficult test of golf for guys that aren't playing competitively week in and week out.
Chikara. In a hurry. Spaniards eat late anyway, so it's not an issue. Feature holes coverage and feature group coverage continuing tomorrow. See if Roop can make this. You can have this call.
Yeah, he's going to definitely make that. Oh. You know, unfortunate finish, but again, to all 20 of the PGA professionals that qualified for this event, congratulations. I'm sure it was an experience for all of them.
And the cut?
1 over par.
Thank you, sir. So some big names miss out, and some big names will have to set their alarms.
74 players on the button.
74. Yeah, there'll be a few setting those alarms, and they'll be part of our feature group and feature hole coverage tomorrow. Last man on the course is Justin Lauer. Has 4 feet 4 inches for his par and to remain at 1 under. Oh, that's cost him about an hour of sleep.
It's such a good putter too. It's a little bit of a surprise.
And nothing silly now. That'll do us. From turtles to various other animals. But the main focus today has been on the golf. My thanks to Carl Paulson and to everyone associated with our feature holes coverage. To Jim and the gang in the truck. We'll do it all again tomorrow. Vegas to win. Don't bet against it. Bye for now.